Chapter 1495. He trembled, a tremble that came from his bones, because he was afraid. The mysterious power of that flame directly made him lose the ability to resist. What defense? What divine artifact? It was completely useless. He was completely unable to withstand the destructive power of that flame. Moreover, it wasn't just his physical body that was destroyed. Even his mind, sea of consciousness, and primordial spirit were destroyed without leaving any room for escape. He would definitely not give him any chance. It was that kind of pain. Mo Lingzi didn't want to taste it again. It was too uncomfortable. Looking at the flame falling, the dark devil power on Mo Lingzi's body spurted out like a tide, and he roared furiously. Ah! The veins on his forehead bulged. His entire body was filled with super strength. His gaze wasn't on Luo Tian, but the flame that was rushing towards him. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Idiot." Divine fire. It ignored defense, attack, realm, and everything. It relied on probability. As long as it triggered an instant kill, even the emperor would die. Mo Lingzi naturally didn't know this. In order to save his life, he resisted all the power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The devil power soared into the sky and enveloped the entire barrier. The entire place was silent. Everyone's eyes were looking at the barrier. Mo Lingzi's resurrection shocked everyone. Now that the devil power that erupted was even more powerful, a question arose in their hearts. Can Luo Tian resist it? Ling Zixue's heart was in suspense. Huang Fuye's heart was in suspense. All the girls were extremely nervous. They were worried for Luo Tian. The Pope looked at the last Holy Dragon Knight and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was good to save a single seedling. It could also be considered as an explanation to the king. Suddenly he stood up and shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" He hated Luo Tian to the core. He must kill him. In the battle barrier. Kacha! The two forces collided, and the devil power swallowed the divine fire like a wild beast. The beast's body continued to erupt with flames. In the dark devil power, the flames were particularly obvious. It was like cutting through the void. Mo Lingzi repeatedly retreated as his eyes turned malevolent. His face was incomparably ashen, and his body violently trembled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He's only an emperor realm master. Even if he cultivates a realm of the god's secret art, it's absolutely impossible for him to block the darkness attribute demonic might. It's absolutely impossible. He retreated again and again until he finally leaned against the wall of the barrier. At the same time, the divine flame pierced through the demonic power. It directly blasted towards Mo Lingzi's face. If you want to hit someone, you have to hit their face. Even if the divine flames were to blast him, he would still be blasted in the face. This was the best way to go. In that instant, Mo Lingzi's eyes were bloodshot as he covered his face with both hands and let out a deep roar. "Luo Tian, you can't kill me. You will never be able to kill me." It roared continuously. The divine flame exploded on his body with a boom. Mo Lingzi was instantly stunned, and the darkness attribute devil power he released also disappeared. Insta-kill failed. It only triggered the effect of stun and skill interruption. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and cursed in his heart. F*K, a 90% chance of insta-killing can still fail. System, your uncle. Ha ha ha, ha ha, woo ha ha. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. I'm fine, I'm not injured at all, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I told you that a trash like you wouldn't be able to kill me. Ah ha ha ha. Mo Lingzi laughed complacently. Loud laughter. Crazy laughter. His originally nervous heart relaxed all of a sudden. He thought he was going to die again. He had to endure the endless devouring of the flames and that irresistible power. However, he was still standing here alive. Not only was he fine, he didn't even suffer the slightest bit of damage. Immediately, Mo Lingzi revealed a ferocious gaze and took a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The earth was trembling. The barrier was trembling. Rings after rings of energy burst out from Emo Lingzi's body. Two eyes filled with killing intent stared at Luo Tian. He walked forward step by step and laughed coldly. You won't be able to use that flame again in a short period of time, right? Ha ha, then it's my turn now. I'll definitely let you have a good taste of my power. As soon as his voice faded, Emo Lingzi's fists moved, and the bones in his body exploded. His eyes were filled with contempt and arrogance. He was very clear. If Luo Tian could use the divine flame continuously, then he would have used it on him yesterday. If he could use it continuously, he would have immediately made his move when the blood-colored giant god revealed his identity. These signs showed that Luo Tian couldn't use the divine flame again in a short period of time. As long as he grabbed this gap, he would be able to dominate everything. No one could resist the crushing power of the devil power. His prediction was right. Luo Tian's divine flame indeed needed time to cool down. It was just that Emo Lingzi was destined to be a tragedy. He didn't know how powerful the system in Luo Tian's body was, and he didn't know how the system operated. From the start, Luo Tian instantly killed Emo Lingzi Ling. The moment he released the divine flame, he immediately rushed forward. If it didn't cause an instant kill, then he would use the instant kill glove to attack fiercely. Because the divine flame would cool down once every 10 minutes, he only had one chance. But this time, he didn't rush forward with the divine flame. Instead, he stood in place without moving. When the divine flame didn't trigger an instant kill, Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart, but he instantly had a countermeasure. At the moment when Emo Lingzi walked forward step by step, Luo Tian's figure moved. Azure Dragon, White Tiger! Roar, roar! The roars of two divine beasts rang out. Like two giant beasts, they were entrenched in Luo Tian's arms. Their appearance was very terrifying. Emo Lingzi sneered. You have the nerve to show off with this kind of power? This kind of power is too trashy. He didn't put the power of the four divine beasts in his eyes. However, what surprised Emo Lingzi was that Luo Tian didn't attack him, but attacked the only holy dragon rider who was struggling at death's door not far away. Why was that? What trick are you trying to play this time? Berserk Dragon's fury. Rumble. An absolutely crushing force bombarded the top of the holy dragon rider's head. It directly smashed him and the dual-winged lizard into pieces. It was also at this moment the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Holy Dragon Rider for obtaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 essence chi points. Congratulations! Luo Tian didn't listen to the following voice notifications at all. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, currently at Emperor Realm Level 4. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's idea moved, and the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a death god smile. Ding! Target locked. Thank you, brothers, for your support today. Good night. Chapter 1496. Fourth Order Emperor Realm. All skills were off cooldown. Even if a skill was released a second ago, after leveling up, it would still be released the next second, without any effect. Emo Lingzi was very proud, very arrogant, as if he had seen through everything about Luo Tian. He was sure that Luo Tian couldn't release the divine fire anymore. Watching Luo Tian break through to the Fourth Order Emperor Realm, he sneered disdainfully. Breakthrough? So what if you break through at this time? The power of a Fourth Order Emperor Realm can't change anything. Luo Tian, I admit that you have some strength, but in front of me, Emo Lingzi, you can only tremble. The voices became more and more low. The demonic aura around Emo Lingzi's body became more and more violent. Murderous, intense sword. His blood-red eyes were like millions of murderous intents, staring at Luo Tian. and he shouted, "Go to hell for me!" Divine explosion. Instant kill glove. Divine fire. Explode for me. Luo Tian shouted several times, and with a move of his palm, the divine fire was released through the instant kill glove with a 90% chance of instant kill. A flame soared into the sky, then turned into an arc and flew out, locking onto Mo Lingzi, just like a missile that locked onto a target. Suddenly, the audience was in an uproar. It's that flame again. Didn't Mo Lingzi say that Luo Tian can't release it in a short time? What's the situation? Mo Lingzi blocked this move just now, but Luo Tian still used this move. Is it useful? Exclamations. Doubts. At the same time, there were excited shouts. The Pope was very bitter. Watching the last Holy Dragon Knight being killed by Luo Tian, his heart was like being stabbed by a needle. Seeing the divine fire released by Luo Tian, his heart tightened, and he roared in anger. Mo Lingzi, kill him! Kill this dog! Mo Lingzi's face instantly turned gloomy. His body couldn't help but tremble. Clenching his teeth, the muscles on his face faintly trembled as he tightly clenched his fists. If I can resist you once, I can resist you a second time. Ha! Compared to the previous time, he didn't have much fear in his heart this time. Instead, he had a bit of confidence. He believed that if he could block the first time, he could block the second time. Because he was Mo Lingzi. He was the disciple chosen by the Lord of the Abyss. He was someone who could ascend to the deity realm. What was Luo Tian? She was nothing in his eyes. If the crown prince could kill him, then so could he. Relying on this tone, Mo Lingzi's eyes turned sinister as he deeply shouted, "Come, Luo Tian!" Luo Tian sneered. "If you can block the first time, can you block the second time?" Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh, because Mo Lingzi was truly ignorant. The divine fire wasn't used to block. As long as the instant kill probability was triggered, even a god would die. The moment the divine fire was released, Luo Tian pushed off with his hind leg and suddenly exploded. His body charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Probability was something that no one could say for sure. If he still didn't succeed this time, then he could only fight hand to hand. However, as long as he seized the moment of dizziness, Luo Tian had a 60% chance of killing Mo Lingzi. Boom! The divine fire penetrated the flames released by Mo Lingzi. Walala! It was unstoppable. Mo Lingzi's hands were protecting his chest. He didn't even look at Luo Tian as he wholeheartedly defended against the divine fire descending from the sky. The power of this flame was something he had never felt before. That kind of erratic and unpredictable power was beyond his understanding. Ah! Mo Lingzi fiercely roared towards the sky. Come! Rumble! 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 He walked to the point where he couldn't block this flame with anything. Therefore, he directly faced it head-on. A ball of flame exploded on his body. With a boom, Mo Lingzi was like a man on fire as he roared, "Luo Tian, you can't kill me, ha ha ha! This flame can't kill me." Not waiting for him to finish, his voice suddenly trembled. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to make a move, but he suddenly stopped halfway, because Mo Lingzi didn't faint. Then there was only one possibility. The instant kill probability had been triggered. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Can't kill." "Really can't kill? Are you sure?" "Mo Lingzi, you overestimate yourself too much." As soon as he finished, Mo Lingzi's body cracked, crimson lava flowed, and he was in extreme pain. He stared at Luo Tian as if he couldn't wait to eat Luo Tian alive. His mind and sea of consciousness were all devoured by an endless force. Ah, ah, ah. "Luo Tian, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go." Luo Tian crossed his arms across his chest and sneered, "Does it feel good?" Ha ha ha. Rumble. Mo Lingzi's body exploded. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mo Lingzi Dark for obtaining 2 billion experience, 10 billion essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a strand of Devil Might. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dark. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Not Dead Again. Another fake body? Luo Tian frowned, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. At the same time, he immediately opened the system to check, and when he saw the item Dark that dropped from the space ring, his heart sank. Its shape was a ball the size of a fist. Moreover, when he started to kill Mo Lingzi, Spirit, a ball called Spirit, also dropped. The two balls were of different colors. He couldn't sense the slightest bit of power. Luo Tian couldn't help but be startled in his heart, and asked doubtfully, "The system doesn't have any description. What exactly is this thing?" Looking at the two balls, Luo Tian couldn't help but think of the Dragon Ball from a manga in his previous life, and couldn't help but laugh to himself. Could it be that I have to raise the Dragon Ball to summon the Divine Dragon? This was definitely not the Dragon Ball. He definitely couldn't summon the Divine Dragon. The only possibility was that these were some kind of powerful sacred art of Mo Lingzi, a sacred art related to resurrection. Immediately, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and looked at the remaining 4 black-robed disciples of the Abyss College. He sneered and said, "Mo Lingzi, you have been resurrected for a long time, right? These bodies all have the power of your soul, right? Haha, since that's the case, then all of you can go and die." Berserk Dragon's Fury. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's footsteps were like lightning, and he sent a person flying with a punch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mo Lingzi, Xian for obtaining 1 experience, 1 essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Xian. F***CK. So little experience? Luo Tian disdainfully said. These bodies didn't have much defense, so naturally they didn't have much experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. All 6 bodies were dead. At the same time, 6 balls also dropped, but the system still didn't say that Luo Tian had completely killed Mo Lingzi. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, "It can't really be the Dragon Ball, right?" The first chapter was delivered. I had something to do in the morning and was delayed from writing. The remaining 2 chapters would be delivered at night. If you have a vote, then support it. The Old Cow, thanks you very much. Chapter 1497. All 6 bodies were killed. Moreover, every body exploded with a ball. Luo Tian couldn't help but wonder if there were really 7 Dragon Balls. Could gathering 7 of them summon Shinran? But where was the 7th one? Was it in the battle barrier? Or was it lurking in a corner outside, or even cultivating in the outer realm? What a headache! Not killing Mo Lingzi was still a problem. This problem might be a disaster in the future. He wasn't afraid, but what about the people around him? Luo Tian was secretly annoyed. At this moment, there was an uproar outside. Abyss College, Eurasia Continent, Icefield, Snow Country are all dead. All of them were killed by Luo Tian alone. He's too strong. Even the powerhouses of the divine realm aren't his match. Is Luo Tian still considered a human? No, I can't control my worship. I want to go to Misty Cloud City. I want to go to Cloud Mist College. No one can stop me. Mo Lingzi was killed just like that. Motherf asterisk her. I bet everything I have on him. And you, this damn trash, were killed by Luo Tian just like that. In any case, you should at least let out a fart. You can't even let out a fart, so what use do you have? Luo Tian is mighty. Luo Tian is domineering. Long live Cloud Mist College. It was an uproar. Abyss College, Eurasia Continent, and Icefield Snow Country's faces were gloomy. They couldn't say a word. They hated Luo Tian to the bone. But they didn't even dare to let out a fart because they were afraid. Even super powerful beings like the Mo Lingzi and the giant blood god had been killed, so they could only send themselves to their deaths. In the battle barrier, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes were on Luo Tian. Huangfu stared at Luo Tian. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She felt that Luo Tian was super handsome and cool. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. In the end, she directly shouted, "Husband, I love you. You're the best, hee." The silence was broken. The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan all knelt down, shouting loudly, "The young master is mighty and domineering! Young master is mighty and domineering!" On the other hand, the bronze men of Shini continent smiled as they put their palms together and said in unison, "Amit Ba." Immediately after, they directly said to the elder outside the barrier, "We admit defeat." The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan hurriedly said, "We admit defeat as well. We won." Huangfu Ju felt relieved, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. He laughed and said, "We won, we won, we won. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, good job." In his heart, he thanked, "Luo Tian, thank you." Luo Tian was shouldering everything. He single-handedly carried the banner of the rise of Cloud Mist College. If it wasn't for him, Cloud Mist College had long ceased to exist. They would have been killed by the Haijia in Misty Cloud City, so they wouldn't have had a chance to participate in the exchange. They definitely wouldn't have been able to shine in the exchange. Concocting pills, refining weapons, summoning miracles, crushing the experts of the realm of the gods in the martial competition, crushing the hidden genius of the Abyss Academy, Mo Lingzi. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, no one would have been able to do it. Therefore, Huangfu Ju was extremely grateful to Luo Tian in his heart. Ling Zixue also smiled happily. The corners of her eyes were a little wet as she muttered, "We won." She saw a ray of hope in her heart. If they could kill Mo Lingzi, then Lingtian Merchant Alliance's crisis would have a chance of survival. Then her father would be able to return to the realm of the gods. At that time, she would also be able to. Ling Zixue was extremely excited in her heart. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had made the decision to persevere. Oh, we won, we won, we won. Fatty Lu was so happy that he looked like a fool. He kept running back and forth on the martial competition barrier, extremely excited. At the same time, he gave Lindong and Tang Sen a look. The 3 of them ran to Luo Tian's side together, lifted him up, and threw him into the sky. The 3 of them shouted in unison, "Long live the boss! Long live the boss!" Huang Fuya smiled mischievously, "Let's go too." The 4 women also rushed up and joined Fatty Lu and the others. They shouted loudly, "Husband is mighty, husband is domineering." Many people ran to Huangfu Ju's side to congratulate him, and they even gave him generous gifts. The name of Cloud Mist College resounded throughout the ancient continent. The current Cloud Mist College was already standing at the peak of the ancient continent. The road to rise was the beginning and also the end, because the current Cloud Mist College had already risen. Luo Tian was also infected as he laughed happily, although he was also faintly worried about Mo Lingzi's clone, but he didn't say it out loud. He didn't want them to be afraid, didn't want them to feel danger. Before Mo Lingzi appeared, he decided to find him first. Luo Tian's idea didn't stop as it continued to search. However, he couldn't find anything. Buzz, rumble, rumble, the combat barrier opened up. The 4 divine beasts warrior and Monkshur and I walked out of the barrier. The 2 teams looked at Elder Azure Dragon and Monkshur and I, who were at the referee's table. Elder Azure Dragon was very excited and said, "You all did very well." Luo Tian walked down from the barrier, looked at one of the vice principals of the Abyss College, smiled slightly and said, "Now it's time to fulfill the bet, right? Mo Lingzi has lost, and the current Abyss College no longer exists. From today onwards, everything in the Abyss College is Cloud Mist College, and the ancient continent no longer has the Abyss College." The vice principal's eyes darkened as he clenched his fists. His heart was faintly filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "That was your bet with Mo Lingzi. Now that he is dead, you can say whatever you want, and he can't represent the college, and he doesn't have the qualifications to use the college as a bet. Luo Tian, the tens of thousands of years of history of the Abyss College is not something you can change just because you want to. Huh? Are you not going to admit it? Luo Tian suddenly shouted. The vice principal's eyes were gloomy as he said, It's not that I don't admit it, but that there is no such thing. What do you want me to admit? I'll say it again. Mo Lingzi can't represent the Abyss College. Boom! The insta-kill boxing glove made a cracking sound, and Luo Tian's left fist moved. The azure dragon rushed out like a thunderbolt, directly sending the vice principal flying and crashing into a towering tree in the distance, instantly dying. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, Who else doesn't admit it? Just stand up. I'm a person who likes to reason the most. As he said that, the glove on his fist was constantly rotating, like a machine rotating. With a cracking sound, a powerful force was constantly bursting out. Everyone in the Abyss College was silent. No one dared to speak. At this moment, Luo Tian's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked at the Pope on the referee's seat. He grinned and said, You don't admit it, right? The Pope was dumbfounded. I didn't say anything. Even if you didn't say anything, you still have to die. There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1498. He had been shouting happily from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Luo Tian wanted to kill him. From the moment Luo Tian saw the fear in Karen's eyes, he wanted to kill the Pope even more. Just that he wasn't sure at that time. But now, the Pope was so scared that he trembled and couldn't sit still. He directly fell to the ground and said with a trembling voice, Luo Tian, I didn't say anything, and I can testify for you. Mo Lingzi promised to give you the Abyss College. If you lose, I can testify. *CK. The Icefield King kicked the Pope's body and said righteously, You need to testify? Can't I testify? The scum of the Eurasian Vatican. What Pope? What Holy Son? I think they are all ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Brother Luo Tian, as long as you say the word, I will twist his head off in minutes. He instantly changed sides, only to protect himself. The Icefield King looked at the Pope with disdain and kicked him a few more times. He said, disdainfully, It's all because you misled me and said bad things about Luo Tian. Otherwise, why would I be with you? Pope, you treacherous thing. Fortunately, Luo Tian's divine martial prowess was extraordinary enough to kill Mo Lingzi. Otherwise, I would have really harmed innocent and kind people. It was as if he was a pure white lotus. After being kicked a few times, the Pope was also furious. He roared, Icefield King, do you think Luo Tian will let you go after killing me? Stop dreaming. Do you think he will let you go just because you kneel down and lick Luo Tian's boots? Why don't you think about what you have done? Do you think Luo Tian will let you go? If I were Luo Tian, I wouldn't let you go. Do you think he will? At the same time, the Pope stood up and said in a low voice, There is no other choice. Let's join hands and kill Luo Tian in one fell swoop. At that time, the cloud mist colleges, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals won't be our opponents. The Icefield King frowned and looked at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, he was very clear about what he had done. Luo Tian would not let him off so easily. If that was the case, it would be better for him to take the initiative and join forces with the Holy See. They might be able to put up a fight, and even if they couldn't win, it would be enough to buy him time to escape. That was enough. The Glacier King narrowed his eyes and nodded lightly. It was also at this moment. The Pope suddenly released a surge of holy energy, which crashed down on the Icefield King like a tidal wave. He laughed coldly. Icefield King, you really do want to kill young Master Luo Tian. I was just testing you a little, and you exposed your ambitions. Today, I will help the people get rid of this evil. The plot was suddenly reversed. The Icefield King's eyes darkened as he gritted his teeth and said unhappily, Did I agree? I'm also testing you. I'm afraid that you're the one who wants to murder young Master Luo Tian. Everyone in the church is a bunch of hypocrites. They say that they have some noble beliefs, but they're all idiots. Old Pontiff, take this. Just like that, the two of them started fighting. They had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. They fought with all their might. It was as if whoever won against Luo Tian would let them go. The Azure Dragon Elder couldn't stop smiling. Monkshire and I couldn't help but laugh as well. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful forces continued to shoot out as the two of them fought with their lives on the line. After dozens of rounds, both of them were heavily injured as they stood there panting, as if they were two people who had a deep grudge against each other. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Fight, continue to fight. Whoever wins, I'll let him go. Hearing this, the two of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they used all their strength and crazily charged forward. Finally, the Pope's strength was stronger and sent the Icefield King flying. He said with incomparable excitement, "Icefield King, a trash like you is my opponent? If not for you, how could I have become enemies with young Master Luo? From today onwards, the Church is a subsidiary force of Cloud Mist College. I will forever follow young Master Luo Tian." At the same time, the Pope knelt down on one knee and said with loyalty, "Young Master Luo Tian." Luo Tian grinned, his figure moved, and without waiting for the Pope to raise his head, his fist smashed down, directly smashing onto the Pope's head. The power of the instant kill gloves burst forth, instantly smashing the Pope to the ground. The ground caved in and cracked. The Pope twitched in pain as he stared at Luo Tian, his hatred soaring to the sky, and said, "You just said that you would let me go, Luo Tian. You are too despicable, you sinister villain. Even if I go to hell, I won't let you go." Luo Tian stepped on it, directly stepping on the Pope's face, and laughed. "That's right, I did let you go. What I meant was to let go of one of your horses. Did I say I would spare your life? You idiot." "Poochie," Huang Fuya immediately laughed out loud. "Let you go? How can I let you go without a horse? Ha ha ha." "Husband, you are really too powerful. Ha ha ha." The entire audience was laughing. No one was laughing at Luo Tian's insidiousness. They were all laughing at the Pope's stupidity. Because this world was a world of the strong. There was no such thing as insidious or despicable. Only the weak would find excuses for themselves. Luo Tian stomped down fiercely and said coldly, "After you go to hell, send my regards to Lord Grim Reaper." Crack! His fist was like a heavy cannon as it smashed down. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Pope for obtaining 120,000 experience points, 1,000,000 essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Sin +1. After dealing with the Pope, Luo Tian turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the Icefield King. His figure moved, and with a jump in the air, he landed heavily and killed the dying Icefield King with a punch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Icefield King for obtaining 11,000,000 experience points, 1,000,000 essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Sin +1 after taking care of the two leaders. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the entire audience and said, "If there is anyone else who is unconvinced, feel free to come down. I am a reasonable person. I believe that I will be able to convince them. Is there anyone from the Abyss Academy who doesn't admit it? Come out. Not convinced. Beat you until you're convinced. Not admitting it? Beat you until you admit it. What was reason? Fist, strength, these were the principles." The elders of the Abyss Academy all lowered their heads, no one daring to make a sound. The people from the Eurasian continent and the Icefield Snow Country scrambled out, afraid that Luo Tian would kill them all. They were scared to death. It was also at this time. Luo Tian smiled slightly. It seems like no one is unconvinced and no one is going back on their word. All right. From now on, the Abyss Academy is a subsidiary force of the Cloud Mist College, and Yang Qi is the dean of the Abyss Academy. Luo Tian had never forgotten his big brother, Yang Qi, and had never forgotten the help he had given him. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably huge shadow descended from the sky. Luo Tian, hand over your life. Luo Tian raised his eyes. The 7th clone has finally arrived. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Thank you, Rich. Me. Just willful, yen another 1,000 RMB as a reward. Thank you, brother. The total reward is over 8,000 RMB. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. Good night. Chapter 1499. I've been waiting for you. I was really afraid that you wouldn't appear. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back. 7 Dragon Balls. How could he summon the divine dragon with one less? What exactly was Mo Lingzi's ability? He wasn't sure. However, as long as he killed this 7th body, as long as this ability of his exploded out, he believed that he would know everything. Moreover, as long as Mo Lingzi was not eliminated, he would become a potential hidden danger. Luo Tian, hand over your life. His voice carried endless fury, and his killing intent crushed down like heaven and earth. An incomparably huge figure directly enveloped the entire grandstand, and a ferocious aura continuously erupted. Extremely powerful, Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. At first, he thought that the huge figure was one of Mo Lingzi's bodies, but when he saw it clearly, he cried out in his heart, "Not good!" Immediately after, Luo Tian said to Fatty Lu, "Take them away! Run as far as you can!" At the same time, Luo Tian sent a sound transmission to the Heavenly Lady and said, "Quickly leave, protect yourself!" He said loudly to Huangfu Ju, "Uncle Huangfu, take Ling Zixue and leave. Run as far as you can. Everyone, quickly leave, quickly leave." The Azure Dragon Elder shouted heavily, "For Divine Beast Warriors, protect the young master." Luo Tian immediately refused. "I don't need your protection. If you really treat me as the young master, then listen to my orders and retreat immediately. All of you retreat, quickly, quickly, quickly. Time was too tight." If they didn't leave now, they might never be able to leave. Because the huge shadow above his head wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast with endless savagery. It was a super huge demon beast, so big that it could destroy half of the Abyss Academy. This grandstand couldn't withstand its impact at all. Once they were crushed, everyone would die. Could it be this is Mo Lingzi's true body? Luo Tian's heart trembled. He didn't dare to guarantee it. Right now, he was only thinking of one thing: protect everyone and leave. In order to gain more time, Luo Tian raised his eyes and directly flew into the air. He sneered in disdain, "Mo Lingzi, I'd like to see how many clones you have and how many times you can die." His body moved. However, not waiting for Luo Tian to fly into the air, an incomparably powerful pressure fell down. The top of his head was completely sealed, just like a giant battleship. Bang! Luo Tian fell down heavily. It smashed into the ground. The ground caved in, forming a huge crater. So strong! How could he be just strong? The moment Luo Tian came into contact with the pressure, all the power in his body stopped. It was as if an engine had been turned off. He was unable to release any power and was completely suppressed. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, do you feel good? This is the consequence of angering me. Mo Lingzi's voice burst out from all directions. It was incomparably arrogant and furious. This clone was originally cultivating in the outer realm, but the 6 clones were continuously crushed. The 6 spiritual balls disappeared. If he didn't show up and retrieve the orb, then he would lose his 6 avatars, which was something he absolutely couldn't allow. Luo Tian's mind moved, and he kept searching for Mo Lingzi's aura. However, Mo Lingzi's aura was everywhere, and he couldn't sense his physical body at all. If there was no physical body, then he couldn't lock onto it, and he couldn't use the divine fire. This Mo Lingzi laughed coldly and said, "Don't waste your time. Do you think I'll stand still and let you kill me? Your divine fire needs to be locked onto before it can be released, right? You want to know my physical body? Ha ha ha. Don't even think about it in this lifetime." Mo Lingzi was an extremely smart person. He died 6 times consecutively in Luo Tian's hands. He definitely wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The aura came from all directions. The sound came from all directions. He couldn't find the physical body. It was even more impossible to find his location. It wasn't that he was erratic, but that Luo Tian couldn't sense him at all. It was as if he didn't exist, but also as if he was anywhere. If this continued, the divine fire wouldn't be able to be used at all, facing the huge demonic beast that was rapidly descending. If he didn't stop it, then everyone here would probably die under this huge beast. What should I do now? Luo Tian asked himself. I don't care anymore. Since I can't lock onto Mo Lingzi, then I'll just kill this huge beast. Luo Tian's heart sank. I'll kill this huge beast first. After killing it, I'll think about it later. If I encounter Mo Lingzi again, I'll be able to use the divine fire again after 10 minutes. He made up his mind. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched and he shouted, Arrogant? I'll kill you first. Ding! Target locked. Luo Tian said without hesitation, Boom! His right palm moved, and a flame rushed out of his body. Ha ha ha, have you used it? It's this flame again. Mo Lingzi laughed complacently, but I'll have to disappoint you this time. His voice was filled with confidence. It was as if he had seen through everything. The divine fire exploded on the abdomen of the huge beast. Ding! Triggered instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Heaven's Devouring Ant for obtaining 10,000 experience, 1,000 essence chi. When the system beeped, Luo Tian was secretly happy because the instant kill was triggered. The huge beast would die instantly. However, the huge beast didn't disappear, and it was still the same as before. When he heard the second notification, Luo Tian's entire person felt bad. Only 10,000 EXP. That's not right. It's completely wrong. Luo Tian looked up at the huge beast, and then saw the Heaven's Devouring Ant in the system notification. His face suddenly changed. This isn't a huge beast, but a huge beast formed by billions of ants. If that's the case, gulp! 1 ant wasn't scary, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 ants weren't scary, but billions? This was an extremely terrifying existence. The divine fire could only insta-kill one. How much divine fire would be needed to insta-kill billions of Heaven's devouring ants? Luo Tian's scalp went numb. He never thought that Mo Lingzi would get so many Heaven's devouring ants. Furthermore, these ants were very abnormal. Just by slightly approaching their aura, one's strength would be crazily absorbed, and one wouldn't be able to use it at all. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, use the flame again, come again, ha ha ha. Do you know what Heaven's devouring ants are? This is the most powerful creature in the depths of the demon abyss. A creature that even gods are afraid of. Ha ha ha. I want you all to die. All of you die. Don't even think about escaping. Mo Lingzi's arrogant killing intent burst out wantonly, just like a berserk boss. What to do? Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened, and he said in a low voice, Big Toad, it's time for you to appear. 1 chapter in the morning, 2 chapters in the evening. A new day. Please support me if you have a ticket. Thank you. Chapter 1500. There were too many heaven-devouring ants. Even if he used a group attack skill, he wouldn't be able to destroy them in a short period of time. Moreover, these ants were abnormally abnormal. They could devour a person's essence, chi, and strength. Once they got close, their strength would be quickly sucked away, making it difficult for them to defend. The most important point was, There were too many heaven-devouring ants. They blotted out the sky. If he didn't stop them, the consequences would be Luo Tian couldn't help but worry for Yi Yunmeng and the others. At this time, he couldn't care so much and directly shouted, "Big Toad, it's time for you to explode!" Gwa! An ear-piercing toad cry suddenly sounded. Following that, the space around Luo Tian's body began to twist and distort. Wisps of energy and flames began to emerge from the cracks in space. White smoke billowed, and then a toad's tentacle stretched out from the distorted space, and its enormous body rushed forward. Hiss, hiss, the space cracked. An incomparably huge toad rushed out. Its entire body was like a shadow or flickering with light. A layer of dense black dots was exposed on its back, like a small mountain. The moment the big toad appeared. "Boss, leave it to me." "Goo goo!" Tam squatted down and leaped up. Whoosh! The scene was like a rocket launch. A huge gust of wind rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye it was in mid-air. "What is this? When did Boss have a big toad? This guy isn't a demon beast from the ancient continent. Where did he come from? Mo Lingzi has the strongest creature from the depths of the demon abyss. Luo Tian has this big toad. Who is stronger? Where did the big toad come from?" Luo Tian didn't know either. At this time, only Tam himself and the Huashan ancestor knew. Anyway, one thing could be confirmed. Tam didn't belong to the ancient continent. He was a creature from the outer realm, and the feeling he gave Luo Tian was he might have come from above the moon, because every year when the moon was at its fullest he would disappear. Where did he go? It must be above the moon. Of course, this was also Luo Tian's guess. No matter where Tam came from, they had already signed a contract. As long as Tam was powerful enough, a huge shadow shrouded the entire conference hall. Tom leaped into the air and pulled out the huge sword at his waist. With a slash of the sword, the huge beast formed by the heaven-devouring ants was cut in half. At this moment, his long tongue swept out. "Walala! Walala! Walala!" After eating a piece of heaven-devouring ant, he burped. Shortly after, the giant beast formed by the heaven-devouring ant army collapsed. Mo Lingzi was in a bad mood. He didn't expect that Luo Tian would actually have such a powerful toad as a battle pet. He sneered, "You think you can stop the blood from flowing like a river just because you have an extraterrestrial creature? Luo Tian, I want everyone around you to die." With a thought, Mo Lingzi issued an order, "Scatter!" So. The sky-devouring ants were like sharp arrows falling from the sky. Looking up at the sky made one's scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over. Not good. Luo Tian secretly shouted, "Lu Zhan, protect them! Don't get close to these ants. Run!" The heaven-devouring ants were powerful when gathered together, and they were equally powerful when scattered. Any one of them was a creature from the divine realm whose cultivation was stronger than a peak emperor realm master. Lu Zhan and the Holy Maiden, the two divine realm masters, couldn't stop them. The surrounding people were all scared silly. They were shocked by the appearance of the big toad. Seeing the huge black dot falling from the sky, they reacted and immediately wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, fleeing even more frantically. "Help, help! Run, run, run! Master, save me! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! I'm a student of the Abyss Academy. Don't For a moment, blood flowed like a river. The number of heaven-devouring ants was too large, and anyone who got close to them would instantly lose their fighting strength and could only be devoured. Wails filled the air. Many powerhouses were torn apart and swallowed alive. Even if those Emperor Realm powerhouses didn't come in time, they were still killed. Whether it was the Eurasian continent or the Abyss Academy, it was the same. These ants didn't care who you were. They would kill you and eat you. The people of the Cloud Mist College were still fine. With the protection of 2 God Realm powerhouses, they didn't suffer any injuries. However, The 4 divine beast warriors and Monkshur and I died several warriors in order to cover Huangfu Ju's retreat. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Mo Lingzi's crazy laughter came from all directions. Is it good? Luo Tian, let me ask you, is it good? Ha ha ha. Didn't you want to make the cloud mist college rise? Didn't you get first place in the team battle and become the biggest winner of this exchange? This daddy will kill all these people. Let's see how you can win. How can you unite these forces to fight against the demon army? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you want to fight with me? You don't even have the qualifications. This exchange had gathered at least half of the powerhouses of the ancient continent. If all of them died, it would definitely be a huge loss. Moreover, this would affect how to fight against the demon army in the future. Luo Tian was secretly annoyed and said solemnly, Mo Lingzi, you're just talking big. If you have the guts, then come out. If you don't even dare to come out, are you still a man? I think you're just a woman, a coward. Mo Lingzi laughed coldly. You must be very angry that you can't find my real body, right? Indeed, if he couldn't find Mo Lingzi's real body, Luo Tian really couldn't do anything to him. Now that the heaven-devouring ants were wreaking havoc, the entire Abyss Academy was filled with ants. These ants were like hungry tigers that had rushed into a sheep's pen, constantly killing. If they couldn't think of a way to fight back, not only these people, even Huangfu Ju and the rest would die. The heaven-devouring ants were too powerful. Big Toad, what other moves do you have? Use them all. Luo Tian shouted out. His idea was still constantly searching for the location of Mo Lingzi's real body. He firmly believed that there must be a location that he hadn't found yet. He must find Mo Lingzi. Tam landed heavily and said faintly, There are too many ants and they're too scattered. Killing them one by one is too slow. Furthermore, these ants can reproduce crazily. There are enough people here to parasitize them. Once they're parasitized, there will be thousands of them. But there's one thing. There's only one ant queen among these heaven-devouring ants. Find this ant queen and kill it. Then we can control the number of ants. Luo Tian's eyes tightened. Ant queen! Suddenly, Luo Tian laughed coldly. He swept his gaze and said, Mo Lingzi, you really have no guts. You actually hid in the ant queen's body. Ha ha ha. Just you wait, you're going to die. There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1501. From the beginning, Luo Tian suspected that Mo Lingzi would be hiding among these heaven-devouring ants. But there were too many heaven-devouring ants. So many that he couldn't kill them all. Which one was it? He couldn't find it at all. Listening to Tam's words, there was an ant queen in this heaven-devouring ant army. And this heaven-devouring ant army was controlled by this ant queen. Then it was obvious that Mo Lingzi was definitely hiding in this ant queen's body. Just as Luo Tian's words fell, Mo Lingzi's tone was somewhat unsettled, and he said, I'm going to die? Who knows who's going to die? The idea moved. All the heaven-devouring ants gave up their current targets and turned their attention to Luo Tian. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian suddenly laughed out loud and said, At first, I wasn't too sure, but now I'm 100% sure that you're hiding in the ant queen's body. Mo Lingzi. Oh, Mo Lingzi, a coward like you still wants to talk to me about qualifications. Do you know how to write the word qualifications? Mo Lingzi laughed. So what if you know that I'm in the ant queen's body? Can you find me? So what if you find me? Can you kill me? You've killed me so many times, but am I dead? Luo Tian, you'll never be able to kill me. Never, do you understand? And you're about to be played to death by me. Mo Lingzi, who had calmed down, directly admitted it. However, just as he said, it was very difficult to find the ant queen in these thousands of heaven-devouring ants. Right now, Luo Tian didn't have the mood to think so much because a large wave of heaven-devouring ants was rushing towards him like a black tide. Luo Tian felt the power in his body being sucked in by a powerful force, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wherever the heaven-devouring ants passed by, it was black. Even the soil had turned black, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of origin chi. It was like a locust passing by, extremely terrifying. Boss! Luo Tian. Fatty, Lu moved in the void, ignoring Luo Tian's instructions. He directly rushed up and stood beside Luo Tian, saying, Boss, you go first. My divine might can hold them off for a while. The heavenly lady also flew down and said, You go first. In her heart, Luo Tian's life was much more important than his. Luo Tian felt grateful. What do you mean by brothers? Those who wouldn't abandon you in times of crisis were your brothers. What did she mean by an awesome woman? She was the heavenly lady. Huang Fuya and the others were unwilling to admit defeat. They all rushed down. Huang Fuya even shouted, The pretty girl's squad has arrived. As soon as he landed, Huang Fuya grabbed Fairy's arm and giggled. I know you like the bad guy, Luo Tian. Do you want to join our squad? Once you join us, you will have to abide by our rules. Fairy was excited. Her eyes were filled with tears as she nodded fiercely. I want to join! I want to join! She had been waiting for this moment for too long. Without waiting for Huang Fuya to speak, Fairy directly said, Sister Yaya! Huang Fuya laughed like a flower and said, Ha ha ha! Call me that again. The heavenly maiden said respectfully, Sister Yaya! What a nice voice! From now on, you're a member of our pretty girls' squad. We're going to bring glory to the pretty girls' squad, Huang Fuya said in a low voice. I'd like to remind you to take care of this bastard. Fairy was a mature woman, but her age had been lowered to below 18 years old, and she had become friends with Huang Fuya. Luo Tian shook his head and sighed. He turned his head and shouted, What are you here for? What is this place? Don't you think this place is chaotic enough? Lu Zhan, take them all back. Huang Fuya stuck out her tongue and hid behind the heavenly maiden with a scared expression. Fairy immediately said, What are you being so arrogant for? We just want to protect you. Try being fierce to Sister Yaya again. Luo Tian was speechless. Lu Zhan also shook his head and said, Boss, I can agree to anything else, but this, I can't do it. The sisters-in-law are too savage. Boom! Boom! Lindong and Tang San landed as well, blocking at the front. Rumble! 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 The warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan landed as well. Moreover, the sky suddenly darkened. The azure dragon is here. The vermilion bird is here. The black tortoise is here. The white tiger is here. For experts whose physiques were so powerful that it was suffocating descended from the sky. Boom! 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 They descended like 4 giant pillars in front, behind, to the left, and to the right of Luo Tian. As they landed, they simultaneously said to Luo Tian, We greet the young master! The patriarchs of the 4 Divine Beasts clan had all arrived. Elder Azure Dragon let out an excited roar, then waved his arm and called out, Warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, hear my order. All of you, charge down and protect the young master. Rumble. A large group of elite warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan appeared in every direction. These people had all been brought by the 4 patriarchs. Luo Tian was extremely moved. He wasn't the reincarnation of one of the 4 divine beasts at all, but the 4 Divine Beasts clan treated him as though he was their own ancestor. Luo Tian felt extremely grateful, and he said solemnly, Thank you. Thank you. I, Luo Tian, will remember this. Shini let out a loud shout as well. 18 rays of golden light descended from every direction. The 18 bronze men had all gathered. They all wielded long staffs, protecting Luo Tian's group in the center. Whoa, they're all here. It's good that they're all here. Now that they're all here, I won't have to look for them one by one. Mo Lingzi's voice rang out. With a thought, The heaven-devouring ants that were like a raging tide stopped not far away. They frantically gathered, forming a 10-meter tall ant wall, which was still climbing up. Half a minute passed. It formed a huge circular shield, surrounding all of them in the center. Mo Lingzi laughed coldly, saying, "Don't even think about escaping. All of you die for me." At the same time as the ant wall was formed, Luo Tian used the divine void mirror to summon his clone, while his true body was sent into a spatial crack by Huangfu Juedai and had already left the place. "Hold on. You must protect yourself well," Luo Tian urged over and over again. As long as he could find that ant queen, he would kill it. This battle would be over. "Attack! Kill them all!" Mo Lingzi roared, and the heaven-devouring ants frantically swept over. Boss Toad took the lead and roared, "Follow behind me. Kill them all for me." The battle was about to begin. Luo Tian frantically searched the spatial crack. Finally, Luo Tian's eyes lit up. "You dog hiding in the dog hole, it's really hard for me to find you." At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly rushed out of the spatial crack. Ding! Target locked. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Good night, brothers. Chapter 1502. Target locked. God explosion. Boom. Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the insta-kill boxing glove started to operate with a kacha-kacha sound, and a divine flame shot out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It was like a cannonball being fired. It directly locked onto the Ant Queen, who was hiding in a dog hole. There was no hesitation. The heaven-devouring ant was too strong, and they couldn't resist for long. If this dragged on, Huang Fuya and the others would be in danger. Walala, wherever the divine fire went, there would be a series of explosions. The Ant Queen suddenly trembled, her two red eyes staring at the flames. Mo Lingzi's heart was dead silent. "You can't kill me. You definitely can't kill me. I am Mo Lingzi. I am the disciple of the Lord of Devil Abyss. Luo Tian, you can't kill me." While they were talking, Mo Lingzi roared towards the sky, his voice exploding in the sky. The louder he shouted, the more afraid he became. With flames imprinted in his eyes, Mo Lingzi roared towards the sky. Ah! Ah! Boom! Flames exploded on his body. That kind of crazy devouring power wreaked havoc in his body. It was very painful, an indescribable pain. Mo Lingzi went crazy, moving crazily and roaring loudly. "Luo Tian, my master will not let you go. My master will definitely avenge me." Ah! 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 The screams were like the weeping of ghosts, resounding for thousands of miles. Finally, bam! With a loud sound, the Ant Queen's body exploded and turned into ashes. There was even a sentence echoing in the sky. "Luo Tian, entering the divine realm is the time of your death. My master will not let you go." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Spirit, Beast for obtaining an experience point of 2 million, Essence Chi points of 10 million. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Beast. Ding! Sin value plus 1 inch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gathering all 7 Demon Spirit Balls and obtaining the Sacred Art, Demon Spirit 7 Transformations, or choose to control a Sacred Art. The system beeped continuously. The last prompt made Luo Tian shudder slightly. What does it mean to choose a type of Sacred Art? When I obtained Mo Lingzi's divine ability, I should have been able to freely choose from the 7 divine abilities. How could such a choice appear? Luo Tian was puzzled. However, at this time, the sweet voice of a young girl rang out from the system, explaining, "The Demon Spirit 7 Transformations Demon Spirit Child Theurgy can transform into 7 different bodies. The system has provided you with a choice of theurgy to control the Demon Spirit Beast. With this theurgy, you will be able to control the heaven-devouring ants. Please make your choice. After 3 seconds, the system will automatically default to your choice of demon, spirit, 7 transformations. Huh. 3 seconds? Isn't this too fast? Since it's a tacit agreement, then I choose to control the devil's spirit beast divine ability. I want to control billions of heaven-devouring ants. Luo Tian quickly said. He didn't have time to think too much. If he could control so many heaven-devouring ants, leveling up would be too awesome. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for choosing Demon Spirit Beast, obtaining 10,000 heaven-devouring ants. Walala! 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 The moment the system beep sounded out, the billions of heaven-devouring ants around the venue crazily disappeared, sucked into the black hole. Finally, there were only 10,000 left in the entire venue. Immediately, Luo Tian was enraged. System. F***CK your grandpa. You won't die a good death. You F***king tricked me? You want me to choose a divine ability? You're too despicable. You want these 10,000 heaven-devouring ants to be used by a few. I want to choose the demon spirit, 7 transformations. I want to summon the divine dragon, your sister. The system did not react at all. The young girl's sweet voice never sounded again. Luo Tian's entire body suddenly felt weak. He had been completely played. He had been tricked by the system. At first, he was still accepting hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring ants. Who knew that it would be 10,000? The difference was too big. Luo Tian's entire person wasn't good. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. This is too much. Too much. How can I believe the system? F***CKU. Looking at those 10,000 heaven-devouring ants, Luo Tian couldn't wait to burn them to death. He sighed, and with a thought, he directly stored them into the space ring and muttered, "It's better than nothing. Maybe one day it will reproduce." He was also comforting himself. How could a male ant reproduce? Luo Tian was also drunk. The heaven-devouring ants disappeared. The battle was over. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Many people stuck their heads out and looked around. Seeing that there were no ants around, they thought back to the dangerous moment just now. It was Luo Tian who saved them. If not for Luo Tian, they would have all been killed by Mo Lingzi. Immediately, everyone cheered. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian, long live, long live, long live. At this moment, in their hearts, they were extremely grateful to Luo Tian. Even the elders and disciples of the Abyss Academy were filled with admiration for Luo Tian. All of a sudden, Luo Tian directly became the hero who saved the ancient continent. Huang Fuya ran up and threw herself into Luo Tian's embrace, ignoring the people around her. She kissed Luo Tian fiercely and said with a playful smile, "Lord Husband is mighty and domineering. I love you to death." The girls also came up, all of them with excited faces. Luo Tian was also happy. He was very happy to be able to protect the people around him. Looking at the girls, Luo Tian smiled evilly and said, "Tonight, let's have a good roll in the sheets. None of you are allowed to run." "Lord Husband, you're so bad." "Yes, Luin." "Sisters, don't let him off tonight. I must beat him to the ground." Each one was more valiant than the other. He completely treated the people around him as air. Luo Tian's forehead was dripping with black blood. At this moment, Qian said slightly, "Yaya, don't mess around. Husband still has things to take care of." Then, Qian said to Luo Tian in a low voice, "For Divine Beasts Clan, Abyss Academy, Eurasia Church, and Icefield Snow Country are all waiting for you. At this time, you should expand your influence, and then join forces with them to deal with the demon army." Luo Tian smiled knowingly and thought to himself, "Having a wife who is so considerate of me is a happy thing." Then, Luo Tian walked in front of the 4 Divine Beasts clan leader, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your help. At the same time, I also thank each and every one of you for your affirmation of me. For the peace of the ancient continent, we should join forces. The demon army is already gathering crazily, and in a few days they will form a super strong force to slaughter the ancient continent. We must unite. At this moment, everyone's hearts were all stirred up by Luo Tian. Luo Tian had also become the supreme commander of the alliance army of the 5 continents. At night it was pitch black. After Luo Tian finished discussing the alliance with the representatives of the various major powers, he immediately walked towards Yuming's room, his face revealing an evil smile. Today I got a super big bed. I have to get high tonight. Ha ha ha. The first chapter had been delivered. A new day, if there was a ticket, it would be pushed up. There were still 2 more chapters to be delivered tonight. Chapter 1503. If he wanted to level up, he had to kill monsters consecutively. It was too difficult. The experience of the monsters in the ancient continent could not satisfy Luo Tian at all. Right now, he needed 50 billion experience to level up, coupled with his Emperor Realm cultivation. Even if he killed all of the 9th Order monsters, he would need tens of millions of them. There were not so many 9th Order monsters in the entire ancient continent. As for killing people, the experience of an Emperor Realm expert was not bad. Those with a higher cultivation than Luo Tian were worth more than 100 million experience each. But how many Emperor Realm experts were there in the ancient continent? They could all be counted, and now was the time to use them. Luo Tian still needed them to fight against the demon army, so he could not kill them at all. Besides, Luo Tian was not the kind of person who would kill for no reason. If that was the case, he had already massacred cities and obtained sin points, not to mention a few thousand. Even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions were not a problem. If he met the crown prince, he would directly use his sin points to exchange for an awesome person and instantly crush him. Luo Tian did not want to be controlled by the system. He would not kill innocent people for the sake of sin points. If he did, he would not be Luo Tian. Killing monsters and killing people were not possible. Then there was only one way. Cultivating the imperial goddess technique with a girl was like rolling in the sheets. To put it more simply, pa. After dealing with the matter of the alliance, Luo Tian had a headache. After a lot of persuasion, it finally made sense. All the major forces were willing to send out their elites and hand them over to Luo Tian to command. Now, as long as these elites gathered in Misty Cloud City, they could attack the demon army. F***CK. It's too tiring to discuss things. Using my brain is not suitable for me. I'll use my fists to solve problems. Luo Tian exhaled and walked to the small courtyard, specially prepared for Huang Fuya and the others. There was still light in the room. A few figures were printed on the window. Their figures were graceful, and their clothes were vivid and eye-catching, making people daydream. Hee, little darlings, Big Brother is coming. Luo Tian rubbed his hands and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. His evil fire burned fiercely as he grinned evilly and said, "There's nothing to do tomorrow. Today, I'm going to knock all of you down. He's here. He's coming. The dead man is coming." The fairy's eyebrows twitched. She had sensed Luo Tian the moment he entered the courtyard. Among these women, her cultivation was the strongest. But she was willing to be a concubine. Furthermore, they served as Huang Fuya and the others' maids and guards. They did everything. He served Huang Fuya and the others very well. Furthermore, the heavenly maiden did not put on any airs. She was willing to do anything to be with Luo Tian and be with him. Of course, she was also very happy to be with Huang Fuya and the others. During the competition, she kept fantasizing that she could be with Luo Tian like them. Now that it had come true, she treasured it with all her might. Huang Fuya put her hands on her waist, and her small chest trembled slightly. She said domineeringly, "Beautiful girls, squad, listen up." The heavenly maiden stood up alone with a serious expression. Qian and Yi Yunming smiled and said, "Don't make a fuss with her." Huang Fuya pouted and said, "What do you mean by making a fuss? Big sister Yunming, look at this room, this big bed. If there are one or two more of us, we won't be able to sleep in it. I heard today that the palace master of the Palace of Cold Blood invited Luo Tian to their palace. You don't know, but the Palace of Cold Blood is full of women, and their beauty is high, they can't compare to us. But that scoundrel Luo Tian might take a fancy to one or two of them. What if he brings them back? We can't even fit in the room. Yi Yunming by Ling Ling, Qian Qian, Kai Lin, Huang Fuya, and the Heavenly Maiden. A total of 6 people. Ling Zixue did not appear. She had deliberately avoided them. He was looking at the big bed. At most it could sleep 8 people. Moreover, in their hearts, Ling Zixue was already a reserve. The faces of the girls also became serious. Huang Fuya continued, "So, from now on, we can't let him go looking for women. If he wants to look for women, we have to agree first, or else. I'm really worried that he will take all the women in the ancient continent into his harem, and then it will be difficult for us to see him. We'll talk about it later. Luo Tian still has women in the Tianqian continent, so many his body can take it so much we can't let him look for more." She emphasized again and again. Everyone had their own selfish motives. They were the same. They did not want to share Luo Tian with more people. Qian Qian could not help but say, "Then what do you think we should do?" Huang Fuya grinned and said, "When we were having dinner today, I sent a voice transmission to Luo Tian, saying that we should all wash up, smell good, and wait in the room naked for him to come back. He will definitely come here tonight, and then we won't let him touch us, using this as a threat. With our looks and figures, I don't believe that he can withstand the temptation. I've read in books that men are very uncomfortable holding back, and then we won't be afraid that he won't agree." Yiming glared at Huang Fuya. "Damn girl, where did you read this nonsense? What are you thinking in that little head of yours?" Huang Fuya giggled and said, "Sister Yunming, there are some books in Cloud Mist College's library that specifically talk about this." All the girls were speechless. However, they all agreed that this was a good idea. With everyone's agreement, Huang Fuya's morale was high, and she said, "Tonight we must teach the bad guy a good lesson and let him know the power of our pretty girls' battle team, or else, he will go to heaven." At this moment, Luo Tian pushed the door open and entered and said with a wicked smile, "She said she will go to heaven? I'll make her feel good right away." When he entered the door, the 7 girls looked at him at the same time. All of them were extremely serious. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. The atmosphere is not right. Luo Tian said to Huang Fuya in a low voice, "How dare you lie to me? Didn't you say that you would wash up, smell good, and be naked?" Huang Fuya shouted and said, "Today we are going to talk to you seriously about the family law." "Family law again? Didn't we talk about it during the day? Every moment of the spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I'll talk about the family law tomorrow. Tonight we'll fight for thousands of rounds. No one is allowed to escape. Whoever escapes is a puppy," Luo Tian said excitedly. Before he could finish his words, Huang Fuya said seriously, "Luo Tian, be serious. We are very serious." "Serious? I almost took off my pants. Big brother is so hungry and thirsty. He is full of killing intent and can't wait to kill everyone. You want me to be serious?" Luo Tian revealed his wolf's nature. He came prepared tonight. He spent a lot of money to exchange for several sets of uniforms in the system shop. What was going on? How could he survive? There was one more chapter, delivered later. Chapter 1504. Luo Tian never gave in. If he wanted to do something, he would definitely do it. He took off his pants and didn't let her do it. "You want to talk about family law with me? Fine. Then I'll let you know what family law is." The crazy battle lasted until dawn. The 6 women were lying on the ground without any strength left. They were all beaten down by Luo Tian alone. Luo Tian looked at his fierce little brother and couldn't help but laugh. It's good to have a high cultivation. Your endurance is strong. Looking at these women, dripping with sweat, he didn't want to torture them anymore. Looking at the sky, it was almost dawn. Luo Tian didn't plan to sleep anymore. There were still some things to deal with during the day. Abyss College was still in a mess. The general framework of the alliance had been decided, but there were still many details to discuss with Huang Fuju, the patriarch of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Luo Tian put on his clothes, gently closed the door, and walked towards the peak of Abyss College. Along the way, Luo Tian was secretly thinking about what to do next. The demon army needs to be eliminated, and Heaven's Chosen Mountain also needs to be climbed. As long as I can obtain Heaven's chosen power and get the antidote formula from Ling Zixue, I can refine it. At that time, I can refine the antidote for Shui. Who? Demon Army, Heaven's Chosen Mountain. Also, Crown Prince. The first two were still okay, but the Crown Prince was still like a mountain crushing Luo Tian's mind, making it hard for him to breathe. Although the instant kill God Fist could increase the chance of instant kill to 90%, but Luo Tian still didn't have the confidence to kill the Crown Prince. Compared to Mo Lingzi, Luo Tian felt that the Crown Prince was much stronger. Moreover, the Crown Prince was also much smarter. He definitely knew that Haijia was destroyed. The reason why he didn't appear must be because he was trying to break through to the peak of the Emperor realm and then trigger the heavenly tribulation to condense a divine spark. The moment he became a god, he would definitely come back for revenge. As for himself, at night he fought crazily on the bed, but Luo Tian didn't get much experience, not even a level up. This also meant that the experience gained from cultivating the divine daughter technique was not enough to meet the requirements for leveling up. Phew, I have to find another way to level up. Leveling up is the most important thing. Only then will I be invincible. Luo Tian exhaled heavily. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Luo Tian looked at the dawn in the east and saw the red sun slowly rising. He secretly clenched his fists. I will definitely protect the people around me. Definitely. No one can take it away from me. Right at this moment, Luo Tian felt a gust of wind brushing past his back. He furrowed his brows as he felt an extremely strong pressure in his mind and sea of consciousness. He slowly turned around and saw a black silhouette standing not too far away from him. He seemed to have stood there for a long time, but Luo Tian didn't notice. His heart sank. Luo Tian asked, "Who are you?" The shadow slowly raised its head, revealing its face. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly. He was shocked. Crown Prince! Standing in front of him was really the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sneered and coldly said, "You didn't expect this, right?" Appearing at this time, Luo Tian's mind moved. To tell the truth, Luo Tian was caught off guard, but he was very calm. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "I really didn't expect this." At the same time, his mind trembled. He didn't sense the Crown Prince's appearance at all. No one in the entire school knew. This meant that the defense here was useless against the Crown Prince. Most importantly of all, Luo Tian wanted to defeat the Crown Prince, and yet he hadn't even been aware that the Crown Prince had arrived. The disparity in his mental state caused the boulder in his heart to grow even heavier. Is this the difference? I didn't even know when he came. If he wasn't so close to me, I wouldn't have sensed him. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. He looked at the Crown Prince, who was looking at him with disdain. He smiled and said, "You didn't come here just to see me, right? And since you're here..." The Crown Prince's face was cold. His eyes flashed with disdain. He said, "I thought you'd become much stronger, but I've been here for 2 hours. If I didn't deliberately let you find me, you wouldn't have known of my existence. Luo Tian, is this your strength? You're really too weak. You're not my opponent at all." Luo Tian's eyes turned fierce. He said, "You're here to show off your superiority? If so, then very good. You did it. But since you're here today, don't be in a hurry to leave." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, the Crown Prince sneered and said, "What? Do you think you can keep me here? Just based on your current cultivation? Ha ha ha. In my eyes, you're just a trash. With so many things happening, I thought you've become stronger. I came here today to see how strong you've become. I want to see if you're worthy of being my opponent. But you've disappointed me. Trash will always be trash. Just like a dog can't change its habits." "Gotcha!" Anger surged. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his gaze turned cold. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The Crown Prince laughed wildly and said, "You're angry, right? You can't hold it in any more, right? But with your current cultivation, are you my match? Ah, I can send you to the Western Paradise in one move, just like last time. Last time, your life was really big. You actually didn't die, but I really regret not killing you back then, but it doesn't matter. Trash, like you will die soon." Suddenly, Luo Tian exploded. "What's the point of saying so much nonsense? Don't bullshit with lousy, let's fight." At the same time, the idea moved immediately. The divine fire was activated. The system sounded out. Ding! Target locked. "Since you dare to appear, then eat Lousy's cannon first." Luo Tian didn't want to listen to the Crown Prince's nonsense anymore. In this world, fists were more practical than any verbal attacks, and at this moment, without any hesitation, he directly locked onto the Crown Prince with his divine fire, and the idea moved. Boom! "You came because you're afraid of me. Are you afraid of Lousy's divine fire? Come, then enjoy yourself in front of Lousy's divine fire. Be tortured. Thank you, brothers, for your support. The old cow loves you all. Good night." Chapter 1505. The exchange had just ended. Most of the people had yet to leave the Abyss Academy. Hearing such a big commotion, they immediately rushed over. Beast transformation! Roar! Azure Dragon Lord was the first to rush out and landed less than 10 meters away from the Crown Prince. He said solemnly, "Let him go." Huang Fuju also rushed over at the same time and said, "See Emperor Dragon!" All the experts rushed over in unison. Seeing Luo Tian being stepped on by the Crown Prince, they all had their own thoughts. The Crown Prince did not even look at them. Instead, he looked directly at Yun Meng, who was rushing over. His face was filled with disdain as he coldly said, "Yun Meng, is this the man you like? Too trash." Yun Meng's face darkened. At this moment, Luo Tian was severely injured, and his internal injuries were beyond imagination. His entire body was being crushed by the Crown Prince, and he was unable to move. That was not all. The Crown Prince ridiculed him in front of his woman. This was the thing that made him the most unhappy. His eyes were bloodshot, and the energy in his body attacked the Crown Prince's pressure again and again. Luo Tian was furious in his heart. I can't care about that anymore. The fantasy girl had repeatedly reminded him that before his body reached the great perfection realm, he absolutely could not use the dragon god forbidden technique. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand it and would immediately explode. At this moment, Luo Tian was so angry that he did not even think about the consequences. He bellowed in his heart, "Dragon God forbidden technique, dragon transformation!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luo Tian's body was constantly transforming. Layer after layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin, appearing and disappearing again and again. His entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Every inch of his skin was trembling and splitting apart. Every cell in his body was transforming and recovering at a frantic pace. During this process, Luo Tian felt like he was struggling in the 18 levels of hell. The pain was indescribable. The Crown Prince also noticed the changes in Luo Tian's body, but the Crown Prince sneered and said, "In front of the crushing power of the heavenly Tao, any resistance is useless." As soon as he finished, The Crown Prince glanced at Yi Yunmeng and clenched his fist. Bang! He slammed it down heavily. A bolt of heavenly energy struck Luo Tian's chest like a thunderbolt. Rumble! 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 It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Luo Tian's chest caved in, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The crater cracked like a spider web, and the powerful shockwave shattered all the buildings within 1,000 meters, turning them into ruins. Towering trees collapsed one after another. One move, a power that could destroy heaven and earth. His strength was unparalleled. As for the dragon god forbidden technique that Luo Tian had released, because his fleshly body could not withstand it, coupled with the crushing power of the heavenly Tao, it was forcibly sealed back. Pooh! Pooh! Luo Tian spat out black blood from his mouth. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He clenched his fists tightly. His body was in pain, but the unwillingness in his heart made him even more furious. After working so hard for so long, was he still not a match? Ah! Luo Tian roared in his heart. He was filled with hatred. However, the Crown Prince was laughing wildly as he looked at Yi Yunmeng playfully and said, "This is the man you like? Ha! Too trash, too useless. You can't even withstand a single move from me. Yunmeng, you should regret your choice back then." "Right. I'll tell you this, by the way. This is just one of my doppelgangers. Even my doppelgangers can easily crush him. Don't you think he's a piece of trash? Ha ha ha. Clone. It was actually just a clone. Then if it was the real body, then how strong was he? He didn't dare to imagine. Luo Tian's heart was filled with unwillingness and pain. At this moment, the heavenly lady arrived. With a movement in the air, the divine might crazily crush down. "Husband!" The Crown Prince raised his eyes slightly and snorted coldly. "Scram to the side!" He flipped his right hand. A surge of heavenly energy surged and directly sent the heavenly lady flying. F***CK, your ancestor. Fatty Lu crazily charged forward. What a trash boss wants. He has the same kind of trash little brother. The Crown Prince's eyes turned sinister as he sneered and said, "You also lie down properly for me." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Before Fatty Lu could even make a move, he was crushed to the ground by the pressure of the heavenly Tao. He was unable to move and desperately resisted. His body was also desperately sinking. His kneecaps were shattered and blood flowed out. He kept roaring. Lindong and Tang Sen flew out together. Before they could get close, they were directly sent flying. Too strong. The Crown Prince was simply too powerful. His cultivation had not yet reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and he had not yet undergone the tribulation to condense his divine deity, yet he was already so powerful. Once he underwent the tribulation to condense his divine deity, who would be his opponent? Who in the ancient continent could fight against him? The power of the heavenly Tao was too powerful. Ha ha ha. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. The Crown Prince laughed, arrogantly, abnormally arrogant. The Crown Prince looked at Yi Yunmeng and said, "Do you want to save your man? Beg me, kneel down and beg me until I'm happy, maybe I'll let him go, wahaha. Don't kneel." Luo Tian shouted loudly. Yi Yunming's tears flowed as she looked at Luo Tian in the deep pit. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp arrow, and it was incomparably painful. She looked at the Crown Prince with a determined gaze and knelt down, saying, "Crown Prince, I beg you, let him go. I'm willing to agree to all your requests. I beg you. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The Crown Prince laughed crazily, bent down and stared at Luo Tian at his feet, and said, "Luo Tian, do you see that? Ha ha ha. Your woman is kneeling in front of me, pleading for you. You let a woman plead for you. Don't you think you're trash? Ha ha ha. Crazy disdain." The Crown Prince said coldly, "And you guys, His eyes swept over them. The crown prince coldly stared at Huang Fuya, Karen, and Qianqian beside her and shouted, "Kneel, all of you! If you want him to live, kneel, ha ha ha!" The girls didn't even think about it. They knelt immediately. They were stunned by what they saw. Luo Tian was crushed like this, and they wanted nothing more than to replace Luo Tian. Luo Tian, do you see that? Your woman is kneeling in front of me, ha ha ha. You're so useless and you want to fight me? Do you know what I represent in the ancient continent? I represent the heavens, and you think you can fight the heavens? The crown prince said arrogantly, and his eyes turned cold. He looked at Yi Yunmeng and said in a deep voice, "I like you so much, but you followed a trash. You should have thought of this when you made your choice. Yi Yunmeng, aren't you the Ice Queen? Take off your clothes. I want to see if your body is really like an ice mountain." Ah! Ah! Luo Tian roared at the sky and roared, "Tam!" Gulp! The toad suddenly disappeared, and the ground under Luo Tian's body suddenly arched, and the toad instantly rushed out and directly pushed Luo Tian on top of his head. Luo Tian's body changed, and his eyes became like an immortal's. Immortal mode, kill. There's one more chapter tonight. Old Cow asks for support. Chapter 1506. Rumble. There was a loud sound. Tam's mountain-like body stood there. Its body also had obvious changes. It became different. It became completely different from the aura just now. There was a long pipe in its mouth. It was completely the same as Boss Toad in Naruto. It was even stronger than Boss Toad. The kind of domineering aura was incomparable. Above Tam, Luo Tian's robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold, and there were obvious marks on his face. Like a dragon? Like a tiger? Or like vermilion bird and black tortoise. The bloodline marks in his body were activated. The aura released from his body was completely like that of an immortal. Immortal mode activated. This was a fusion skill that naturally existed when he signed the contract with Tam. This skill could make Luo Tian's cultivation technique stronger, bigger, and the damage value would be incomparably high. If he wasn't forced to do this, Luo Tian really didn't want to use it. This was one of his trump cards. He didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. He didn't even want to use the Dragon God Forbidden Technique. Unfortunately, the Dragon God Forbidden Technique was completely restricted by his fleshly body and couldn't be used. Fortunately, he didn't release it. Otherwise, Luo Tian would explode and die. Huh? A new cultivation technique? The crown prince, who was floating in the air, grinned and revealed a trace of shock. This trace of shock disappeared in an instant. He sneered and said, "Luo Tian, no matter how many or how strong your cultivation techniques are, they are useless to me. In front of the heavenly Tao, everything is trash." Luo Tian said gloomily, "Is that so?" The crown prince said, "Isn't that so? I could defeat you in one move in Cloud Mist College. Now, I can still defeat you in one move. Do you think that you are amazing just because you know a few powerful cultivation techniques? That you can stand alone in the ancient continent? Humph. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are just a clown's performance. All your efforts are in vain. All your family and brothers must die." Luo Tian's expression didn't change. He was waiting. He was waiting for the cool down of the divine fire. Just a tiny bit of support. The crown prince seemed to have seen through Luo Tian. He said, "Waiting for that flame? Humph. I've already said that your move is completely useless against me, but I don't want to give you the time to release it a second time. It's not because I'm afraid, but because I want to trample you under my feet even more now." As soon as he finished speaking, the crown prince looked at Yi Yunmeng, who was still kneeling on the ground. He smiled evilly and said, "Yunmeng, wait until I step on him again. Then I'll watch you take off your clothes. I'm very interested in your body. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you another secret. Luo Tian doesn't understand you at all. He doesn't know how strong you are. What a pity. What a pity. In this world, Only I know what kind of power you have. Without me, you can forget about awakening that power. This was the reason why the Crown Prince wanted Yunmeng in the first place. From the first time he saw her, the Crown Prince saw that there was a powerful force hidden in her body. Even at that time, he was afraid of this power. But now, he wanted to destroy Yunmeng, because this woman had betrayed him. Before he killed Yunmeng, he wanted to kill Luo Tian first. He wanted to ruin his reputation. Yunmeng looked into the Crown Prince's eyes. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Her heart was filled with fear. What kind of power is hidden in my body? She didn't know. Immediately after, the Crown Prince's eyes darkened. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Die, Luo Tian." Wrath of the Heavens. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The sky suddenly sank. Endless power shot out from the sky and condensed on the Crown Prince's palm. Under the scorching sun, his palm condensed a black light. With a flip of his hand, space collapsed. Whoosh! The Crown Prince's figure disappeared like a blur. In the next second, he appeared in front of Luo Tian and slapped down. Kacha! The power of this palm directly caused the ancient continent's spatial laws to collapse. It was completely unable to withstand the impact of this power. It was too powerful. However, Luo Tian actually didn't dodge. Moreover, his body was completely relaxed. Without the slightest bit of defense, it was as if his body was completely empty. Boss! Husband! Luo Tian! What's wrong with him? Why didn't he dodge? Why did he let the Crown Prince hit him? What happened? What happened to Luo Tian? Who can tell me what happened to him? Young master! Many people in the surroundings went crazy. They were scared silly by Luo Tian's actions. Was he crushed to the point that he couldn't move? It didn't seem like it. But then why didn't he move? Letting the Crown Prince hit him, wasn't he courting death? How powerful was the heavenly Tao power? An ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse would be instantly killed. Luo Tian was indeed different from an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse, but his body was already injured. If he endured this palm, I'm afraid not only did Luo Tian not dodge, even the big toad tam under his feet didn't dodge. It was reasonable for Luo Tian to be crushed. But why didn't the big toad move? Everyone's heart was in suspense, seeing the Crown Prince's palm strike Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian's body caved in, his chest split open, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body flew backward for thousands of meters, crashing into a row of Abyss Academy buildings. His entire person was like a dead person. Walala, Luo Tian was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Before fainting, he drank the last 2 drops of all-purpose spring water. He just needed to stay awake. The heavenly Tao power in his body was crazily moving. At the same time, his physical body's defense was also crazily resisting, and the strength of his body was also crazily transforming. A few seconds passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through to the 9th level. Huff! At this moment, Luo Tian flew up into the air, clenching his fists. The muscles on his body tore his clothes to shreds, leaving him half naked. His body seemed to be made of molten bronze, and his bones were as hard as steel. Every inch of his skin seemed to be breathing and contained an explosive power. His physical body broke through again. He was only 1 level away from reaching the Great Perfection Realm. The Crown Prince frowned. He could clearly feel the changes in Luo Tian's physical body. He never thought that Luo Tian was using his heavenly Tao power to temper his physical body. His eyes turned slightly sinister. You like to be tortured, right? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see how many more moves of the heavenly Tao you can withstand. Boom! The Crown Prince's paw moved, and a thick heavenly Tao power rolled out. However, Luo Tian moved in the air and once again stood on the back of the big toad. The corner of his mouth drew back, and he said, "Crown Prince, today I will smash you into smithereens." Ah! He roared towards the sky. The veins on his body bulged, like centipedes entrenched on his body. Luo Tian moved both of his palms. "Super divine fire!" "Boom for me. Thank you for your rewards. The old cow is extremely grateful. Good night." Chapter 1507. Using the power of the heavens to temper his body, and breaking through to the 9th level of the fleshly body. He was only 1 level away from the great perfection realm, even though the power of the heavens was still helpful in tempering the body. But Luo Tian was no longer willing to endure that heart-wrenching pain. What made him the most unhappy was that the power of the heavens was released by the Crown Prince. He watched as his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Watching them cry bitterly, looking at their tears, Luo Tian couldn't hold it in any more. He released his strongest power. At this moment, the divine fire's cooldown was over. Luo Tian's voice moved, and he roared out, "Super divine fire!" The Crown Prince's face was filled with disdain, and he said, "It's useless. This flame of yours is completely useless against me. Even if you try it 10,000 times, it won't kill me." Actually, the reason why the Crown Prince appeared. Moreover, it was a physical body condensed from his will. In other words, his doppelganger appeared because he was afraid of the power of Luo Tian's divine flame. A trace of fear emerged from his heart. After Luo Tian killed Mo Lingzi 7 times, the fear in his heart became even more intense. However, he was thinking about how to block Luo Tian's divine fire. In the end, he thought of a way. With countless scarecrow substitutes in his body, Luo Tian could only lock onto 1 scarecrow. With the scarecrow as the target, it was impossible to kill him. This was the weakness of the divine fire. His appearance this time was only a test. He wanted to understand the divine fire in all aspects. Now he was completely sure that this move could block Luo Tian's divine fire. Seeing Luo Tian release the divine fire once again, the Crown Prince laughed crazily with confidence. "I already said that it's useless, yet you still use this technique. Aren't you courting death?" In that instant, the Crown Prince's figure moved. He did not dodge, but instead charged forward head-on. The corner of his mouth drew back, and he said, "Today I will break the power of your flames and let you know what it means to be crushed." Crack! A muffled clap of thunder sounded from the 9th heaven. A thick bolt of lightning struck down. The Crown Prince moved his right hand and grasped the lightning bolt in his hand. In an instant, it formed a lightning spear. Electricity shot out in all directions, and the spear pierced towards Luo Tian's forehead. He roared in a deep voice, "Be buried with my brother and the people of Haijia!" Phew! 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 Luo Tian's breathing became coarse. The divine fire in the immortal mode didn't immediately come out after he activated it. Instead, it kept circulating in his body and crazily devoured Luo Tian's yuanqi. Facing the lightning spear, Luo Tian was surprisingly calm, but everyone else's heart was dead silent. He's still not dodging? Boss, get out of the way. Young master, husband, each and every one of them was dumbfounded as they looked up at Luo Tian. They even forgot to cry as their hearts were filled with a deathly stillness. Boom! There was an explosion in Luo Tian's body. When the lightning spear was only half a meter away from his forehead, Luo Tian roared towards the sky and arrogantly roared, "Super divine fire! Boom!" Bang! A flame shot up from the top of his head. A flame shot out from Luo Tian's right palm. "It's useless. Ha ha ha!" The flame directly exploded on the Crown Prince's body. A scarecrow that was charred black fell from the black robe. The Crown Prince smiled proudly and said, "I told you it's useless. I've already found the weakness of this technique. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, go to hell." He was still extremely arrogant. Luo Tian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sneer, and said, "It's useless." "Are you sure?" As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian pointed both palms at the crown prince and smiled ferociously. One divine fire is useless. What about 100, 1,000, 10,000? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Luo Tian's left and right palms were like machine guns, crazily releasing divine fire. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a fire dragon, constantly spewing flames. The crown prince's face was aghast, and he said in a deep voice, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This technique of yours needs time to be released. It can't be released so quickly, absolutely impossible." He was at a loss. He thought that he had completely seen through this technique, but now he was completely dumbfounded. He was hit by the divine fire. His body kept retreating. Luo Tian kept pressing forward, and finally rode on the crown prince's body in midair. He placed his hands directly on the crown prince's chest and slapped it down, roaring, "Arrogant! Continue to be arrogant for me! You want my woman to kneel? King ancestor!" Bang, bang, bang. The divine fire crazily rushed out. Under the black robe, scarecrows kept turning into ashes. They couldn't resist at all. Rumble! The crown prince was blasted down from the air and heavily smashed into the ground. The ground caved in, and a deep crater appeared. Luo Tian still continued to bombard him, and at the same time he was also roaring. After being crushed by the crown prince for so long, the mountain in his heart made it hard for him to breathe, and now he was venting to his heart's content. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the divine fire exploding and the sound of the system beep intertwined together, like the climax of a symphony. The crown prince's face was deathly still. At this moment, all of his power had been sealed, and he was completely suppressed to the point where he couldn't move at all. Being smashed to the ground by Luo Tian, the anger in his heart continued to erupt as he roared. Not waiting for him to shout, Luo Tian punched him in the face. "Shout, shout again for me." Rumble, rumble. The ground caved in, and there was a deep crater. Luo Tian was still bombarding him. The entire Abyss mountain range was trembling. The entire ancient continent was trembling. The power of the divine fire continued to shoot out, directly reaching the core of the earth, as if it was about to be pierced through. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. This power, it crushed their minds and made their sea of consciousness not dare to move at all. It was too terrifying. The divine fire contained the power to kill instantly. Once this power was fully unleashed, it could crush everything. The power of the heavenly Tao is amazing. The son of the heavenly Tao is amazing. King arrogant for me again. King shout again. Luo Tian seemed to have gone mad as he crazily attacked. In the end, there were no scarecrows on the crown prince's body. His body was smashed into pieces by Luo Tian. He was beaten like a dog. Boom! With a punch, the crown prince's sea of consciousness was shattered. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Crown Prince's thought body, for obtaining 3 billion experience points. Essence chi values 2 billion points. Congratulations to the player. Luo Tian did not stop. He was still bombarding. After a long while, he raised his eyes and rushed above the clouds. He pointed at the sky and roared, "See Emperor Dragon, you trash. If you have the guts, get down here for me. CK. A new day, some support." Chapter 1508. Chain of 1,000 Divine Flames. The Crown Prince turned into a dead dog. Instant kill. Continuous instant kills. Crazy instant kills. Even if the Crown Prince had the power of heaven, he couldn't withstand it. The scarecrow under the black robe was not enough. However, this was just a doppelganger. The moment his doppelganger died, Luo Tian sensed that there was a thought staring at him from the sky. He immediately flew into the sky and said domineeringly, Neptune Dragon, if you have the guts, come down for me." Obviously, it was the Crown Prince's thought that was monitoring him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless, muffled thunder sounded from the 9 heavens as if the heavens were angry. Immediately after, the clouds rolled, and everything within 10,000 miles was crushed. Walala, the clouds suddenly exploded and disappeared, and a huge face emerged from the void. The Crown Prince, the face of the Sea Emperor Dragon. His face was still full of disdain and strong contempt. Just like before, he didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes. In front of that huge face, Luo Tian looked so small. The Crown Prince's mouth moved and said slightly, "You spent so much effort to kill my clone. If I came personally, do you think you'd still be alive? Luo Tian, you're not my opponent." Without waiting for the Crown Prince to finish, Luo Tian sneered and pointed at the Crown Prince's face and said, "Don't talk nonsense. If you dare, come down. If you don't talk nonsense with me, understand? I won't talk nonsense with you. If you dare, come down and fight." Luo Tian was extremely arrogant. The anger in his heart had not been completely vented. At this moment, Luo Tian couldn't wait to crush the Sea Emperor Dragon. The Crown Prince frowned and was a little unhappy. He sneered and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? If I wasn't trying to break through to the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm, I wouldn't let you live for another second. I can't waste my time on trash like you. Your strength, your cultivation, and your cultivation have all been seen through by me. What do you have to fight me?" "Huh. Luo Tian, the last thing I'm going to do after leaving the primordial continent is to send you to hell. Just you wait. It won't be long." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly sank, and a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down. The power of the Way of the Heavens surged towards Luo Tian like a raging sea. At this moment, the giant face disappeared. Boom! Luo Tian was directly slapped to the ground and fell from the sky. A deep crater appeared on the ground. The shock wave swept through the entire Abyss mountain range, and the Abyss College was turned into ruins. All the buildings collapsed, and some of the young students with lower cultivation were killed by the shock wave, bleeding from their 7 orifices. This was the power of the heavenly law. This was the power of the Crown Prince. Furthermore, this was not even 1/10,000th of his strength. So valiant, it was so powerful that Luo Tian didn't know how to block it. He really didn't know. The moment he fell from the sky, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he made a decision that he had always wanted to make but had never made. 7 days later in the evening, Luo Tian woke up from his coma. He was extremely tired. The system kept flashing red, sending out life-threatening alarms. His entire body was in incomparable pain. With a slight movement, Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. His eyes were wide open as he gritted his teeth and said, "Crown Prince, I will definitely F***CK you over. Definitely. Husband. Husband." Hearing Luo Tian's voice, Yunmeng, Chan, and the other women rushed into the room in an instant. Their faces looked very tired, and their eyes were red and swollen. Obviously, they hadn't rested for the past 7 days, and they had all cried. Otherwise, their eyes wouldn't be so red and swollen. Seeing Luo Tian wake up, Yunmeng immediately rushed to the edge of the bed and said, "You're finally awake." Biting her lips, she tried her best not to cry, but in the end, she couldn't hold it in. Tears kept dripping down. Chan and the others were the same. Tears streamed down their cheeks drop by drop. Tears that made one's heart ache. Luo Tian's heart was filled with hatred. If I were a little stronger, I wouldn't have to worry about my women, and I wouldn't have to see their tears. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, you must become strong. Only then can you protect the people around you. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "What are you crying for? I'm not dead. Even if I die, you have to live happily, idiot." Luo Tian wiped away the tears from the corner of Yi Yuming's eyes and muttered, I'm not as strong as the Crown Prince. I can't see the hidden power in your body. I can't help you. It's all my fault for being too weak. No. Yi Yunmeng shook her head repeatedly and said, Husband, you are the most powerful in my heart. You are 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times stronger than the Crown Prince. He is not qualified to be compared to you. I don't want to know what power is in my body. I just want you to be safe. You are my strongest power. Sob, sob. She also wanted to know what kind of power was hidden in his body. However, compared to this, she preferred Luo Tian's safety. Even if he had to do anything, he would do it. When the Crown Prince told her to kneel down, she did not hesitate to kneel down. In this world, Luo Tian treated him the best, and she would do her best to protect Luo Tian, no matter the price. Luo Tian clenched his fists again. When he thought of them kneeling in front of the Crown Prince, his heart felt as if it was being pierced by needles. It was extremely uncomfortable. The pressure that the Crown Prince gave him was dozens of times stronger than before. His desire to kill the Crown Prince was also 10,000 times stronger than before. He had to kill the Crown Prince. He had to kill him. Immediately, Luo Tian said to Huang Fuye, Call your father, Lu Zhan, Little White, Blood Demon King, and the others in. I have something to say. In these 7 days, many things had happened. The alliance that had been agreed upon 7 days ago had completely collapsed. Luo Tian had been crushed by the Crown Prince like this. The Crown Prince hated Luo Tian, and they could not stand on the same side as Luo Tian. They could not afford to offend the Crown Prince. Luo Tian had thought of these things before he fainted. The strong made people afraid. The weak would only fear the strong. But this kind of weakling would always be a weakling. He would never become a strong person. However, what surprised Luo Tian was that the Abyss Academy had actually chosen to stand with Luo Tian. The 4 Divine Beasts continent, the Shini continent, and the Central Region continent had formed a united front under the matchmaking of Huang Fuju. It was a true alliance. Not long after, Huang Fuju and Fatty Lu walked into the room. Lu Zhan clenched his teeth tightly. Looking at Luo Tian, who was on the bed, his heart twitched. During this period of time, he had been cultivating with all his might, trying his best to raise his cultivation. There was not a moment when he did not want to share the burden with Luo Tian, and he was even willing to die for him. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Don't feel bad for me. The stronger the Crown Prince is, the stronger I will be. The Crown Prince will definitely be trampled under my feet. Just wait and see. I have something to say next. The 2nd chapter had been delivered. It had maintained the donation record for more than a year, and fortunately it had not been broken. Thank you to the brother who gave the 588 donation. Thank you for your recent support. I'm very tired and want to sleep. However, the old bull would still write the 3rd chapter, and it might be a little late. Chapter 1509. The room instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian struggled to sit up, then said, I've already guessed what the Alliance is going to do. The demons are wreaking havoc in the world. We can't let the demon army succeed. The demon queen hasn't been born yet. Once she does, the demon army will become even more powerful. So, we have to weaken them as much as possible before they find the demon queen. Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King immediately stepped forward, saying, Master, I'm here. Speak. Luo Tian said, You said that you could sense the location of the demons. The Blood Demon King nodded. Yes, no demon in the world can escape my senses, including that demon queen who hasn't been born yet. As soon as she appears, I'll immediately sense her, unless she has an even greater power protecting her. Very good. Luo Tian said, From now on, I appoint you as the Assault General. You will lead the most elite warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. As he spoke, Luo Tian glanced at Little White, then said, The elite warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts and Little White, you will lead the assault army. I want you to break apart the commanders of the demon army one by one, so that the demon army will have no leader. Understood? The Blood Demon King immediately said. Luo Tian continued, Uncle Huangfu, you will be the commander of the highest alliance. You, the patriarchs of the 4 Divine Beast clan, and Monk Shini will be the 6 commanders. Each of you will lead 6 armies. The primordial continent has roughly 6 major demon armies. Lindong, Tang San. Lindong and Tang San both said, Boss, we're here. Luo Tian continued, Kai Lin, Qian, Yun Meng by Lingling. Husband, we're here. The 4 women stepped forward as well. Luo Tian said solemnly, as the anti-demon generals, you must be careful in everything you do. Do not panic in the face of an emergency. Remember, you are not fighting alone. You are fighting for the sake of the common people of the primordial continent. Huang Fuya mumbled, then said, Husband, what about me? Luo Tian said, Huang Fuya. Huang Fuya said excitedly, I'm here. Luo Tian said, you are in charge of communication and relaying the commands of the various commanders. Also, you have to report the results of the battle in a timely manner. Remember, do not linger on a certain place. Your mission is to grasp the latest battle situation as soon as possible so that the commander can make a timely judgment. She was now in the Emperor realm. His space-time bloodline had also reached a high level, allowing him to freely travel through spatial rifts. Her speed was dozens of times faster than a peak Emperor realm master. Any battle was ever-changing. If they could send out a good message right away, even the slightest bit of information could change the situation of the battle. In his previous life, Luo Tian had commanded battles involving thousands of people. Now he was commanding battles involving millions or even tens of millions of people. Furthermore, he would not appear in battle because he had already made a decision. One mission after another was issued. He explained everything in detail. Not a single detail was missed. Every one of them was used in the most appropriate position. It was as if he was saying his last words. The more they listened, the more they stared at Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's face was pale and his whole body was weak. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave and could die at any time. Huang Fuye's tears were dripping down. She half sat on the ground and held Luo Tian's hand, saying, Husband, what about you? Are you still in pain? Are you still in pain? Lie down and rest. Sister Angel has gone back to the Phoenix Sacred Mountain to look for a divine pill. She will be back soon. She will definitely find a divine pill for you. Divine pill? There were not many divine pills in the ancient world. Angel knew very well in her heart. She did not go back to the Phoenix Sacred Mountain to look for a divine pill, but entered the divine realm through the passage of the Phoenix Sacred Mountain. Only in the divine realm could there be divine pills. Otherwise, there was no way she would not have brought a divine pill with her. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. By the way, when Angel comes back, let her take charge of the Cloud Mist College. This war might be a protracted war. We have to cultivate new forces. This is very important. Huang Fuya nodded and said, I will tell Sister Angel. Husband, what exactly do you want to say? Tell us quickly. We're going crazy. Tell us quickly. Everyone said, Boss, if you have something to say, just say it. Husband, you've told us so clearly. Are you going to leave? Luo Tian, if you have something to say, just say it. From Luo Tian's voice, they could feel that Luo Tian was going to leave. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Uncle Huang Fu. Huang Fuju immediately said, Speak. Luo Tian's eyes became serious and said, The highest profundity of the space-time bloodline is to break the shackles of space, travel through space-time, and enter another plane from this plane, right? Very early on, when Luo Tian had just entered the Cloud Mist College, he had already understood Huang Fuju's space-time bloodline. The highest profundity of the space-time bloodline was to travel through space-time and travel through planes. This point, Huang Fuju had also said it when he first met Luo Tian by the lake. Huang Fuju nodded and said, "That's right." Luo Tian said, "You all know what I need to break through. The ancient continent can't satisfy me at all. I need to enter the outer realm to cultivate. I need to break through. I need to obtain more power. I need to reach the peak of the Emperor realm. I need to transcend the tribulation and become a god." This was what Luo Tian wanted to do. That was the only way. Only then would he have the capital to fight against the crown prince. Only then would he have the chance to stand on the same starting line as the crown prince. Luo Tian had thought of 1,000 ways. However, it was useless. The only way was to enter the outer realm and continue to cultivate and break through in the outer realm. He would strive to transcend the tribulation and become a god before the crown prince. Then he would attack. The crown prince already knew the weakness of the divine fire. It was impossible to use the divine fire to deal with him. He could only become a god. Then, when he transcended the heavenly tribulation, he would raise his physical body to the great perfection realm. Fantasy Fairy had once told him that the great perfection realm needed the tempering of the heavenly tribulation to break through. Only when he reached the peak of the Emperor realm could he trigger the heavenly tribulation. Only then could he trigger the heavenly tribulation to temper his physical body and break through the great perfection realm. He might not be a match for the crown prince, even after becoming a god. However, when his physical body reached the great perfection realm, he would be able to release the dragon god forbidden technique and become a real dragon god. He would be able to use the power of the dragon god to fight against the power of the heavenly Tao. This was the only way. Luo Tian had no choice. This was the only way. Moreover, this might be a path of no return. There were too many unknown and dangers in the outer realm. He couldn't even guarantee that he could return. Huang Fuju frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay." He couldn't understand the pressure Luo Tian was under, but he must have thought carefully before taking this step for Luo Tian. Huang Fuju asked again, "When do you want to go to the outer realm?" Luo Tian stood up and said, "Now. A new week has begun. Brothers, please push for the recommendation tickets. Old Bull, please. Plot summary. The Ancient Continent chapter is about to come to an end. Before next month, it should be the Divine Realm chapter. After the Divine Realm chapter, it will be the Earth chapter where Luo Tian returns to Earth. I don't know how much more I can write and how long I can write, but Old Bull wants to say that he hopes that his brothers will continue to accompany him. Thank you. Good night." Chapter 1510. Luo Tian, you must remember that there is a huge risk in transmigration. The test of your body, your cultivation, and your sea of consciousness are going on every second. And I can't control what plane you transmigrate to, and neither can you. Also, there are too many unknowns in the outer realm. If you are not careful, you might not be able to come back, so you must be very careful. This is my space-time bloodline blood essence. This drop of blood essence is connected to my heart when you need to transmigrate again, or when you want to come back, you only need to send your mind into the blood essence, and I will know what you are thinking. Late at night, on the peak of a mountain in the Abyss Academy, Huang Fuju explained the details of transmigration in detail. Not far away, Yi Yunmeng and the others stood far away, unable to say a word. They were also trying their best to carve themselves so that they wouldn't cry. They couldn't stop Luo Tian from doing what he wanted to do, and they were very clear about the reason why Luo Tian was doing this. Luo Tian nodded. I'll remember it. He was still very weak. The power of the heavenly Tao had crushed him, and the damage to his body had yet to recover. The system was still flashing red alarms. There was no time. He originally wanted to complete the Eliminate the Demons mission, but he couldn't wait that long. The Crown Prince could break through at any time and could become a god at any time. At that time, how could he resist? Super divine fire? He might not be a match for the crown prince. Luo Tian had to quickly become stronger. He had to quickly reach the great perfection realm. Cultivating in the outer realm was his only choice. Then, Luo Tian said, "Uncle Huangfu, let's begin." While they were talking, Luo Tian glanced at Ian Meng and the others. Clenching his fists tightly, he thought to himself, wait for me to come back." The image of them kneeling before the crown prince appeared in his mind. His heart tightened even more. Such a scene must never happen again. Absolutely not. He must kill the crown prince. He must. Huang Fuju knew Luo Tian's character. Once he had decided on something, it was very hard to change his mind. Although Luo Tian's body was filled with pain and the spatial crack was extremely dangerous, he knew very well that whatever he said was useless. Immediately, drops of essence, blood, appeared on Huang Fuju's body. Drops of essence, blood, gathered in the air. Subsequently, the space in front of Luo Tian began to distort. Just like the teleportation circle in the game in his previous life, a light shield appeared. Huang Fuju said with heartache, "Luo Tian, if it's not good to be in the outer region, if it's too dangerous, then come back. We'll think of a way to deal with the crown prince together. There must be a way to deal with the crown prince." Luo Tian nodded and smiled. Yes. Turn around? Absolutely not. Unless he had the absolute power to crush the crown prince forever, what could he do even if he came back? What could he change? Luo Tian stepped in resolutely. Without turning back, his body was completely engulfed by the teleportation circle. The girls all rushed forward. Husband, boss, young master. Everyone's hearts tightened as they started to worry for Luo Tian. Luo Tian was actually behind the spatial tunnel. Huang Fuju sat cross-legged, his idea commanding Luo Tian. Huff! Huang Fuju's forehead was covered in sweat. In less than a moment, his entire body was drenched. Half a minute later, Huang Fuju opened his eyes slightly, stood up, and looked at everyone. He has been teleported out. He should be in a certain plane in the outer region right now. Luo Tian isn't injured, is he? Father, which plane is he in? Is that plane dangerous? Facing these questions, Huang Fuju shook his head and said, I don't know either. Right now, everything depends on Luo Tian himself. Unless his idea enters the blood essence that I gave him, I don't know his situation either. All right, you guys don't have to worry too much. Luo Tian will be fine. Huang Fuju's heart was also in a mess. He was also secretly worried, and then said, From tomorrow onwards, according to Luo Tian's plan, we will launch an attack on the demon army. Now that he's not here, we should work even harder. Everyone's eyes tightened. In their hearts, they all became firm. Luo Tian is not here. We should work even harder. Another plane. The moment Luo Tian came out of the spatial crack, he was enveloped by the spatial laws of this plane. His body sank slightly as he fell from the sky. He released the power of the Emperor realm and stabilized his body. The idea moved. It quickly released hundreds of thousands of kilometers. He could sense everything within these hundreds of thousands of kilometers. No human limit? It's filled with all kinds of demon beasts. Then, Luo Tian's brows twitched, and he slightly shouted, Boss Toad! Tam rushed out from the space and said, Master! Luo Tian ordered, Devour this entire plane and kill all the demon beasts. Don't even let a mosquito go. Yes, sir. Tam's mountain-like body smashed down heavily. At this moment, Luo Tian moved and released the heaven-devouring ants. Although there were only 10,000 of them, the damage of these ants was extremely terrifying. Placing these ants on this uninhabited plane would also increase the speed of his breakthrough. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Not much experience points, but the system beep sounded like firecrackers. and the increase of the 50 billion experience slot was extremely slow. Half a month passed. As a result, all the demon beasts were slaughtered. However, Luo Tian had yet to break through to the Fifth Order Emperor realm. Summoning the time and space blood essence, Luo Tian's idea entered it. Uncle Huangfu, pass through the plane again. At this moment, Tam said foolishly, Master, this plane has already become a ruin. Why don't you let me swallow it? Huh. Luo Tian was a little dumbfounded and immediately said to Huangfu Ju, wait a moment. Then, Luo Tian looked at Tam in shock and said, this plane is not smaller than the ancient continent. You can devour a plane. This was not a joke. This planet was much bigger than Earth. Tam's body was indeed very big, but compared to this planet, he was so small that he could be ignored. Devouring a planet, wasn't this a little too terrifying? Tam said foolishly, this plane's level isn't high and the vitality is scarce. Devouring it isn't too difficult and, in his words, Tam hesitated. Luo Tian said, if there's anything you want to say, just say it, don't hide it. Tam made up his mind. Master, this plane actually has a star core. This thing is extremely powerful. If I can devour it, my cultivation will increase. And at that time, I can help you crush the crown prince. Star core? Luo Tian was stunned. Recommendation tickets. Brothers, give me some recommendation tickets. I have this every day. Give it to old bull. Chapter 1511. Luo Tian didn't have much contact with Tam. Luo Tian didn't know much about Tam's abilities either. He only knew that Tam had a very powerful immortal mode. He had always thought that this was his most powerful technique, but he was wrong. This guy could even swallow a planet, which was a plane. How powerful was this existence? Perhaps this was the ability that the patriarch of Mount Hua had taken a fancy to. Luo Tian was a little dumbfounded. He nodded and said, go ahead. Tam chuckled. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force swept out, sucking the entire planet. Then, a powerful force swallowed the entire planet. Luo Tian saw very clearly that the planet was instantly swallowed into Tam's stomach. Burp. Tam burped. Awesome. Luo Tian said sincerely, Big Toad, you're really too awesome. Then why are you still killing monsters? You can just swallow the planets one by one. Aren't you wasting my time? Tam said naively, I can't swallow any plane. This plane's level isn't high, and it doesn't have any rich resources. It also contains a star core, so I can swallow it. I can't swallow a plane like the ancient continent. The level of the plane isn't high, but it is protected by many laws. My ability is incomparable to breaking the restrictions of the laws. However, I can devour planes that are of a lower level than the primordial plane. Tam said excitedly, Master, the star core is the central core of the plane. It is the source of everything brought to the plane. A star core of a higher plane can directly kill a group of gods. Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, then what kind of star core did you swallow just now belong to? Tam said, this is a low-level star core. It can't kill a great god, but it can kill a group of ordinary rank 1 gods. A peak Emperor realm person can kill an army in an instant. Damn. Awesome. Kill an army of peak Emperor realm masters? Luo Tian was a little surprised. He immediately said, in the future, if there are any planes that can be devoured, you don't have to ask for my permission. You can just devour them. No wonder Patriarch Huashan took a fancy to you. It turns out that you have this ability. This move of Tam's was simply too awesome. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Huangfu Ju of the primordial continent immediately activated his space-time bloodline and opened a planar passage for Luo Tian. Luo Tian brought Tam into the planar passage. Search for the next plane. It was a crazy slaughter. His experience points were increasing at an insane rate. Half a year passed. Ancient continent, peak of heaven's chosen mountain. A whirlpool formed above the 9 heavens. At the center of the whirlpool was the towering heaven's choice mountain. This was the Heaven's Choice Mountain. It was also the first peak in the ancient continent, and no one knew how high it was. The world only knew that this was the place closest to heaven. The crown prince sat cross-legged, his expression calm. His will drifted into outer space, connecting with some powerful force. A quarter of an hour later, the crown prince's eyes suddenly widened. He looked up at the sky with respect. Then his mind and knowledge began to revolve. His primordial spirit moved, breaking through the last shackle of the peak emperor realm. His eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Heavenly tribulation, descend!" Kacha! A shocking bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. All the creatures of the ancient continent stopped and looked up at the sky. Someone is transcending tribulation. Someone is transcending tribulation. Someone is transcending tribulation. For more than 10,000 years, no one in the ancient continent dared to transcend tribulation and trigger heavenly tribulation. As for heavenly tribulation, they felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Many people had even forgotten the peak of the martial Tao. Some people had forgotten that there were stronger realms above the emperor realm. The moment the lightning streaked across the sky, the entire ancient continent was in an uproar. Countless experts broke out of seclusion and flew into the void. Heaven's chosen mountain. Who can stand at the peak of heaven's chosen mountain? Impossible, no one can do it. Heaven's chosen mountain was the strongest mountain in the ancient continent. Even if you were at the peak of the emperor realm, you wouldn't be able to pass through it. Even if you flew, you wouldn't be able to pass through it. Even the slightest touch would turn you into dust. Everyone. It was also an absolute forbidden area in the ancient continent. There is one person who can do it. The crown prince who is only one step away from the peak. See Emperor Long. At that time, it was rumored that he was the son of the heavenly Tao. The reason why he didn't take the last step was because he was in awe of the heavenly Tao. Who would have thought that in just a dozen years his cultivation would reach the peak of the emperor realm? As expected of the son of the heavenly Tao, the strongest person in the ancient continent. Now he actually triggered heavenly tribulation. Isn't he afraid? Countless experts were discussing. Right at this moment, the demonic army and the army led by Huang Fu-Ju stopped attacking. Huang Fu-Ju's heart secretly tightened. When he knew that someone was undergoing heavenly tribulation in heaven's chosen mountain, he immediately knew that it was the crown prince. He was faintly worried in his heart. Who would have thought that in just half a year he would reach the peak of the Ninth Order Emperor realm? With his personality, he would never do something that he wasn't sure of. If he succeeds, then he didn't dare to think about it. For Luo Tian, the crown prince's success meant that he was one step ahead of him. Moreover, once the crown prince succeeded, he would immediately come to Luo Tian. Luo Tian wasn't here. What would he do? Huang Fu-Ju's heart sank. Lu Zhan asked, "Uncle Huang Fu, should we inform boss?" Huang Fu-Ju shook his head and said, "We don't know what Luo Tian's situation is right now. There is still half a year left. Let's not give him any pressure. I believe that when he returns, it will be the day the crown prince dies." He believed in Luo Tian, although he didn't know what was going on with Luo Tian right now. What stage had he broken through to? He only knew that in this half a year, Luo Tian had shuttled through more than 20 planes. Clang! A bolt of lightning struck down and exploded above the crown prince's head. The tribulation had begun. Yuming's eyes faintly tightened as she thought to herself, "Husband, don't worry. I will definitely not let him hurt Yaya and the others. I definitely won't." Rumble. 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 An earth-shaking sound rang out as lightning struck down. It was filled with all sorts of powers. Nature, darkness, fire, water. All sorts of powers were crazily tempering the crown prince's body. At the same time, they were also crazily tempering his sea of consciousness. 81 bolts of lightning struck down. The Crown Prince's sea of consciousness underwent a transformation. In his sea of consciousness, as the heavenly lightning struck down, strands of elemental energy began to appear. These elements crazily condensed, and the moment the last bolt of lightning struck down, it condensed into divine deity. The power on the Crown Prince's body was also brand new. With the infusion of divine power, it was incomparably powerful. Crack! The Crown Prince clenched his fists tightly, stood up, and roared, "Luo Tian, come out here!" "Sorry, brothers, there are only 2 chapters today. I'm too tired. I'll recover 3 chapters tomorrow." Chapter 1512. The situation in the ancient continent was getting worse and worse. The Crown Prince's sudden ascension to godhood was something that no one expected. Luo Tian was the same. After being struck by 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, he condensed his divine deity and obtained the power of God's might. Furthermore, the Crown Prince was different from others. His power of God's might and the power of the heavens had perfectly fused together. This was a gift from the heavens, because he was the one chosen by the heavens. Big Toad, does this planet have a star core? Luo Tian couldn't help but ask when he saw Tam's expression of enjoyment. Tam said excitedly, "Yes, and it's a middle-grade star core burp," as he spoke. Another series of long burps sounded out. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned. He felt the blood essence that Huangfu Ju gave him suddenly tremble. What happened in the ancient continent? Luo Tian's idea moved. Entering the blood essence, he immediately asked, "Uncle Huangfu, did something big happen? Why is your blood essence trembling?" The so-called trembling. It wasn't because of anything else, but because of worry, fear, and anxiety. These factors caused the blood essence to tremble. Huangfu Ju was very calm as he replied calmly, "It's nothing. Just now I was fighting with the commander of the demon army and was slightly injured. But it's fine now. The demon army isn't suppressed by us at all. I believe that in 2 months we will be able to completely eliminate the demon army." He didn't tell Luo Tian. He couldn't give Luo Tian too much pressure. He also knew that Luo Tian was desperately trying to break through every day in the outer realm. Luo Tian gave an "oh" look and asked, "Has the demon queen of the demon army appeared?" Huangfu Ju shook his head and said, "Not yet. This is what we find strange. Normally, she should have appeared after such a long time, but there is no reaction at all. Could there be a mistake somewhere?" The demon army was constantly being crushed. Huangfu Ju and the others had 2 god-level experts and 1 half-god-level expert. The demon army couldn't withstand this kind of power at all. What made them puzzled was that the legendary demon queen hadn't appeared yet. Why was that? Could it be that he had to wait for the demon army to be wiped out before he appeared? Luo Tian fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Don't let your guard down. The infernal queen will definitely appear." "Oh, right. Did anything major happen in the ancient continent? What was the Crown Prince's situation? Did he show up again?" Huangfu Ju's expression tightened, but he maintained his composure and said, "No, everything is normal in the ancient continent." Luo Tian didn't suspect anything. He said, "Uncle Huangfu, open the teleportation channel. I want to travel again." Huangfu Ju opened his time and space bloodline in his essence blood. Luo Tian once again brought the giant toad through the plains. Another 4 months passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Two-Headed Troll, for obtaining 100,000 experience points and 10,000 vitality points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 9th level Emperor Realm. The system sounded several notifications. Luo Tian was excited. He secretly clenched his fists and immediately opened the system to check. 9th level Emperor Realm. 9th level Emperor Realm. I'm finally 9th level Emperor Realm. Ha ha ha. He closed his eyes slightly. He felt his 9th level Emperor Realm power. At the same time, he felt as if he had touched the top level. The top level was like a thin veil. He could summon a heavenly tribulation if he poked it lightly. However, Luo Tian was only at the initial level of the Emperor realm. He couldn't break through the thin veil. He still needed to reach the peak of the 9th level. Giant Toad! Keep it up! Luo Tian shouted excitedly. He jumped down and killed the demon beasts crazily. Ancient continent. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat quickly! Huangfu Ju shouted crazily, commanding the 4 divine beasts to retreat. Looking at the giant fire wolf not far away, he frowned. A giant fire wolf, condensed from the power of the way of heaven. Its strength has reached the divine realm. Crown Prince, why are you doing this? The ancient continent is the continent that nurtured you. If it wasn't for the ancient continent, you wouldn't be here. You actually colluded with the demons. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly tribulation? In just half a month, the cities and territories the Huangfu Ju and the others took 10 months to conquer were all lost in half a month. Because the Crown Prince became the leader of the demons. He summoned the fierce beasts from the God realm. These fierce beasts were all nurtured by heavenly energy and were abnormally ferocious. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha! The sky suddenly darkened. A giant face flashed and laughed wildly. Heavenly tribulation? In the ancient continent, I am the god. What heavenly tribulation? Huangfu Ju, it's very simple. As long as you tell me where Luo Tian is, I won't care about the demons. If you don't tell me, then you ants can tremble under the might of the demons. Ha ha ha! The first thing the Crown Prince did after becoming a god was to find Luo Tian. However, he realized that he couldn't find any trace of Luo Tian even after searching the entire ancient continent. This made him very angry. Then, he became the leader of the demon army. He commanded the demon army to counterattack crazily against Huangfu Ju and the others. Furthermore, he brought more than 10 god realms fierce wolves to this battlefield and massacred them. In just half a month, hundreds of thousands of people had died, and Huangfu Ju and the others were also utterly defeated. They couldn't resist at all. The difference in strength was too great. Huangfu Ju frowned and shouted, "See, Emperor Dragon, you can forget about finding Luo Tian for the rest of your life. The moment he appears will be the day of your death." Ha ha ha! Judging from your tone, he should have left the ancient continent, right? The Crown Prince suddenly said with a look of disdain, "A trash like him wants to cultivate in the outer realm? Since he is in the outer realm, then I will wait for him here. Since I am a god now, I have an unlimited lifespan. As long as he dares to return to the ancient continent, I will let you know whose death it is." As soon as he finished, the Crown Prince's huge face suddenly moved, and the idea entered the sea of consciousness of the fierce wolves. Roar! The alpha wolf raised its head and roared. The flame wolves in the other positions of the ancient continent began to attack even more crazily. They couldn't resist. They couldn't resist at all. If this continued, the alliance army formed by the Central Region continent, Shini continent, and the 4 divine beast continent would all be killed. The ancient continent would also flow with rivers of blood. In another place, at this moment, Yunmeng made a choice. For Luo Tian, for Huangfuya and the others, and also for the ancient continent, she had to make this choice. She stood in front of the Crown Prince and said, "See, Emperor Dragon, I beg you to let them go. I am willing to use everything I have in exchange. Didn't you say that I have a very strong power in my body? You have always wanted this power, right? I can give it to you. I only beg you to let them go." The Crown Prince laughed coldly. "I slept early yesterday and woke up early today. Let's start with a chapter. Brothers, let's vote for you. Chapter 1513. Is it just you? How can one be enough?" The Crown Prince's sinister mouth revealed an evil smile. He then said, "Yunmeng, the power in your body was of some help to me in the beginning. But now your so-called power can't even withstand a single blow from me. It doesn't matter anymore. You want to use the power in your body as a bargaining chip. This bargaining chip has lost its effect. However, since you're here, if you want me to let them go, call all of Luo Tian's women here. I'll consider it." The crown prince said sinisterly. In his eyes, Yun Meng had lost her value. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, if it wasn't for the fact that he used to like her, the crown prince wouldn't even look at her. Yun Meng frowned and suppressed the anger in her heart. "Neptune dragon!" "Slap! You bitch! Who do you think you are? How dare you call me by my name?" The crown prince slapped Yun Meng, causing blood to flow out from the corner of her mouth. He then said, "I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Now you're begging me? What about back then? You should pay the price for the choice you made." The crown prince was furious. Once, he put Yun Meng in his heart. Even, he wanted to bring her into the divine realm. But now, there was only hatred in his heart. There was a strong sense of hatred. He had been suppressing his anger because he didn't want others to know that he still cared about her. He was the crown prince. He was high and mighty. He was insufferably arrogant. He was the first person in the ancient times. There were countless women who liked him. He could have any woman he wanted. Why would he care about a woman who liked another man? The crown prince had a strong ego. He was also very arrogant. In his heart, Yun Meng was no longer clean. She was no longer worthy of him. He felt that looking at her was an insult to himself. The crown prince said coldly, "Get lost. We'll talk when you can bring all of Luo Tian's women to me. But before that, don't worry. I won't kill you so quickly. I'll play with you slowly. Ha ha ha." Boom! The divine power in his body suddenly exploded. The surrounding space was distorted. The crown prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. He laughed arrogantly and said, "Luo Tian, I told you that you can't beat me. In my eyes, you'll always be trash, trash, trash. Do you understand?" Ha! Yun Meng's cheeks were red and swollen. Her eyes were firm as she said, "Luo Tian is not trash. His potential, his talent, everything about him is better than yours. You just wait. The moment he comes back will be your doomsday." Ha ha ha! The crown prince laughed wildly. "Is that so? Then where is he now? Let him come out. Let me see his talent and potential. He doesn't dare to come out, right? He can just hide in the dog hole. The moment he comes back will be the moment he dies. Yun Meng, do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I want him to see all of you die in front of him one by one. I will trample him under my feet and let him see all of this with his own eyes. I will let him see the despair in his eyes and the helpless expression on his face." Ha ha ha! He laughed like a maniac. This was what the crown prince wanted to do. It was also why he didn't make a move on Yun Meng during this period of time. He even specially ordered that as long as it was Luo Tian's women and brothers, he was not allowed to kill them. He wanted to wait until the moment Luo Tian came back and let all of them die in front of him, because this was the most painful punishment in the world. Yun Meng left, like a wandering soul, in another place, in the outer realm. Luo Tian kept killing. Crazy killing. The big toad was also killing crazily. Monster beasts flew all over the sky. Blood flowed like a river. His experience bar was increasing bit by bit. He cleared one realm after another, not letting go of a single bit of experience. Looking at the experience bar, Luo Tian said to himself, "Soon, soon, soon, just a little bit more, and I will reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm." This little bit was worth tens of billions of experience. Another 2 months passed. Crack, die, rumble, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Savage Beast King, for obtaining 10 million experience points and 10 million essence chi points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. Finally, I've finally reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Luo Tian was inexplicably excited. He opened the system and found that the experience bar was burning. just like the energy bar in the game. It was burning crazily as if it was emitting flames. The peak of the ancient continent was the peak of the Ninth Order Emperor realm. Due to the restrictions of the system and the ancient continent's laws, he was unable to break through and enter a higher realm. Luo Tian sensed it slightly. His sea of consciousness was transforming, and his mind was also transforming. He now felt that he could touch another realm. This feeling was very clear. As long as he pierced through the veil, he would be able to summon the heavenly tribulation and condense his divine deity. At this moment, Luo Tian took out Huangfu Ju's blood essence. The idea moved and said, "Uncle Huangfu, I've reached the peak. I've reached it." Happy, very happy. For this moment, he had worked hard for a full 10 months, and he had never been so crazy before. "Uncle Huangfu? Uncle Huangfu." Luo Tian's idea called out a few times, but there was no response from the blood essence. What was going on? In the past, no matter what time it was, as long as Luo Tian's idea moved, Huangfu Ju would immediately respond, but now Luo Tian called out a few more times, "Uncle Huangfu, Uncle Huangfu?" Still no response. The big toad could not help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I don't know, Uncle Huangfu didn't respond. Could something have happened?" At the same time, ancient continent, Huangfu Ju was crushed by a flame wolf to the point that he was unrecognizable. He then threw him at the crown prince's feet. The crown prince stepped on him, the corner of his mouth cold, and said angrily, "I have already lost the patience to wait. Old thing, I know you are the one who hid Luo Tian. As long as you tell me where Luo Tian is, I will immediately let you go." In the plaza of Cloud Mist College, Fatty Lu was covered in blood, on the verge of death. The holy maiden had already fainted. Little White was also crushed to the point that it could not move. Lin Dong and Tang Sen were unconscious on the ground. Yi Yunmeng, Huang Fuya, and the others were all heavily injured. The crown prince could no longer endure it. There was another reason. His master had repeatedly urged him to enter the divine realm, and he did not have much time left in the ancient continent. If he could not kill Luo Tian, he would not be satisfied, so he instantly erupted, crushing Huangfu Ju and the others to the ground. Huangfu Ju laughed out loud. "See, Emperor Dragon, I said it before, you will never be able to find Luo Tian in your lifetime. Ha 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 ha." At the same time, his idea moved. "Luo Tian, don't come back." In the afternoon, he was going to the reservoir to fish. When he came back at night, there would be an update. "Brothers, Old Bull, please support me." The recommendation tickets exploded. Chapter 1514. A thought was sent over. Luo Tian immediately sensed it. "Uncle Huangfu, what happened?" "What happened? Is it the crown prince?" "Is it him?" Immediately after. The drop of Huangfu Ju's blood essence on Luo Tian's palm dimmed, then slowly turned black, and finally completely disappeared. Luo Tian's heart sank. "Uncle Huangfu," the blood essence dimmed, finally disappeared. What did this mean? There were two possibilities. One was that Huangfu Ju cut off the communication and destroyed the drop of blood essence. But this possibility should not happen because he was very clear. If the time and space bloodline energy in the blood essence disappeared, then how could Luo Tian return to the ancient continent? There was another possibility. That was that Huangfu Ju was dead. When a person died, his blood essence would naturally die with him. Luo Tian roared towards the sky, gritting his teeth and saying, "Crown Prince, if you dare to touch Uncle Huangfu, I will definitely blast you to pieces." Tam comforted, "Master, don't worry. Uncle Huangfu will definitely be fine." The disappearance of the blood essence energy must be because he was worried that you would go back and fight the Crown Prince. So he automatically cut off the communication with you. He must still be alive. As long as we rush back in time, speaking of which, Tam frowned, and the big toad fell silent. The time and space bloodline in the blood essence disappeared. They went back. How to go back? Tam did have the strength to go into the space crack, but his ability was not enough to travel through planes. Otherwise, he would not have to go to the Een Moon every year on the 15th of August, when the Een Moon was at its peak. Kacha! All of a sudden, Luo Tian sat cross-legged. Thunder exploded in the sky. The clouds in the sky began to spin crazily, and endless muffled thunder sounded in the clouds. Lightning flashed continuously, as if the end of the world was coming. The heavenly tribulation was triggered. Luo Tian attracted the heavenly tribulation the moment he reached the peak Ninth Order Emperor realm. He didn't make any preparations at all. This is the outer realm, and the space in the outer realm is very unstable. Moreover, the level of the outer realm is higher than the ancient continent. If we trigger the heavenly tribulation here, we will be restricted by the laws here. We don't know what the heavenly tribulation will be like. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and stop. I will find a way to return to the ancient continent. He panicked. Tam was completely flustered. Luo Tian suddenly attracted the heavenly tribulation. He was completely unprepared. One must know that the outer realm space is very unstable. Most importantly, every plane has its own planar laws. If you're in this plane, you must be bound by the planar laws. In the primordial continent, the heavenly tribulation that one might trigger was a heavenly lightning tribulation. But here it was completely different. It might be even stronger. In the primordial continent, it took 81 bolts of heavenly lightning to successfully transcend the tribulation. But in this plane, he had absolutely no idea. This was what Tam was worried about. But it was too late to say anything now. It was useless. The heavenly tribulation had already been triggered. Above the 9 heavens, the center of the cloud vortex flashed with an extremely powerful force. Black lightning. He couldn't wait any longer. Luo Tian didn't want to wait any longer. Perhaps Tam really had a way to return to the primordial continent, but it would definitely take a lot of time. He didn't have that much time. He had to return now. Luo Tian was sure that something had happened to Huang Fuju. If something had happened to him, then Yi Yunmeng, Huang Fuya, Fatty Lu, and the others would definitely be in trouble too. Even the entire primordial continent was in trouble. If he didn't return, with the crown prince's personality, they would all die. No matter what, Luo Tian had to rush back. Otherwise, he would hate himself for the rest of his life. There was only one way to return to the primordial continent, which was to trigger the heavenly tribulation and become a god. Then, he would use the power of the divine might to open the planar teleportation array. The power of the divine might be useless in higher planes, but for the primordial continent, he would definitely be able to return. Therefore, Luo Tian didn't think at all. With a move of his sea of consciousness, a thought pierced through that layer of thin veil. At this moment, a notification sounded from the system. Ding! The heavenly tribulation has begun. Heavenly tribulation grade unknown. Heavenly tribulation power unknown. Heavenly tribulation quantity unknown. Heavenly tribulation duration unknown. All of them were unknown. Because the plane Luo Tian was in wasn't the primordial continent, the system was customized according to the situation of the primordial continent. Now that he was in another plane, the system naturally couldn't react. Luo Tian couldn't be bothered. Transcending the tribulation was his own business. The system couldn't help him either. Big Toad, protect me. Luo Tian was incomparably calm. In his mind, his sea of consciousness was as calm as the surface of a windless lake. There wasn't a single ripple. The more it was like this, the more he had to be calm. Could he succeed in transcending the tribulation? Luo Tian wasn't confident, but he had to do this. He had no choice. If they returned a second later, they might all die. At that time, no matter how powerful Luo Tian was, no matter how much he crushed the crown prince, what could he do? Just like Shui, in the profound sky continent, becoming a vegetable. He didn't want this to happen again. Tam sighed in his heart. At this time, he had no other choice. His life was tied to Luo Tian's. A contract was signed. If Luo Tian died, he would also die. At this time he could only do his best to protect Luo Tian, and he had already prepared the energy of the star core. If Luo Tian couldn't take it anymore, he would use the power of the star core to block the heavenly tribulation. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Big Toad, don't worry. If I fail to pass the tribulation, I will destroy the contract before I die. I won't let you die with me." Tam was secretly moved and said, "Master, go ahead and pass the tribulation. I will definitely not let the heavenly tribulation harm you in the slightest." Then, in the center of the vortex above the 9 heavens, a black bolt of lightning shot down like a beam of light. Tam's heart tightened, and he cried out in his heart, "Oh no! The heavenly tribulation of this plane is indeed much stronger than that of the ancient continent. The only good thing is that the heavenly lightning here doesn't contain the power of the heavenly Tao, but is comparable to the power of the heavenly Tao, or even stronger, the power of darkness. Master, if you succeed, then your power will surpass that of the Crown Prince. But can you succeed? The power of darkness. It only exists in legends. Even the old Master back then didn't have it. This is your fortuitous encounter, and at the same time, your tribulation. Whether or not you can succeed depends on yourself. The power of my star core is completely useless." Tam raised his head and looked at the black bolt of lightning that was filled with the power of darkness. His eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, and his heart was sweating for Luo Tian. "Master, create a miracle!" "Thank you for your support. Good night." Chapter 15:15. The first bolt of black lightning descended. Luo Tian did not defend. He did not use any strength to resist. He couldn't even release his 9th level flesh body. He directly took it head-on. Boom! With a loud sound, a black force exploded above his head. Luo Tian's body sank, his eyes bulged, his fists clenched tightly, and he forcefully raised his lowered head. At this moment, a black energy shockwave was released. It was as if a black halo had covered millions of kilometers in an instant. This power, it was an astonishing mess. Tam, who was at the side, was directly sent flying by the energy shockwave. His eyes were filled with shock, and his heart secretly tightened. "Master, you must withstand it." Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily. A bolt of black, heavenly lightning struck down, and that extremely powerful force spread from the top of his head to his limbs and bones. It was as if a meat grinder was stirring crazily in his body. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. If the first one was already so powerful, then there would be 80 more. Or even more. How could he withstand it? Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he looked up at the sky and roared out, "Again!" Crack! Another explosion sounded from the 9th heaven. Next, the shocking bolt of lightning struck down, and like a laser beam, it enveloped Luo Tian completely. Compared to the first bolt, the second bolt of lightning was at least twice as strong. Moreover, at first, it exploded above Luo Tian's head, but now it was wrapping around his entire body. That kind of meat grinder like power drilled into his body from every pore, crazily twisting. That kind of pain almost made Luo Tian faint. Uffed! His Adam's apple rolled, and the stench of blood filled his nose. Luo Tian could not hold it in any longer, and directly spat out a mouthful of black blood. So strong! This power is too strong. Luo Tian was not afraid. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. He grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and said, "Come on, is that all you've got? Continue to bombard me, ha ha ha." It was as if he had gone mad. The stronger the power of the heavenly lightning, the greater the tempering of his body, mind, and sea of consciousness. Why did he become a god? It was because the power of the heavenly tribulation could transform people into butterflies. He could condense a godhead. This was the charm of the heavenly thunder bombardment. But it was the most dangerous force in the world because no one knew how strong it was. No one knew what its attribute was, and no one knew how many bolts of lightning it could produce. Everything was unknown. As long as they couldn't withstand it, they would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, in the ancient continent, there were many peak emperor realm masters 10,000 years ago, but none of them dared to try it out of fear. Luo Tian was also afraid. He was very scared. He had originally planned to return to the primordial continent and make all the necessary preparations before triggering the heavenly tribulation. But he had no time and no other way. Only deities could freely travel between planes. The only way he could rush back to the primordial continent in the shortest time possible was to become a deity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The second heavenly thunder bombardment was just a warm-up. Immediately after, 3 consecutive black beams of light bombarded down vertically, directly blasting Luo Tian's hairbun. His long hair flew everywhere. Luo Tian's body was covered in blood. His face was as pale as paper, and he came back to life amidst the black beams of light. But Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured it. He roared again, come on, blast me again!" Rumble, the center of the vortex above the 9 heavens, emitted a violent, muffled sound of thunder. It was as if he had heard Luo Tian's provocative words. He became even more powerful. At this moment, 5 consecutive heavenly thunders bombarded down. The powerful energy shock wave had already enveloped the entire continent. Under Luo Tian's body, the power penetrated out. This barren continent seemed to be unable to withstand it. Deep in the Earth's core, there was the sound of glass slowly shattering. Tam was dumbstruck. He wanted to remind Luo Tian not to be distracted during the tribulation, and not to provoke the heavenly tribulation, because these heavenly tribulations really had their own consciousness, and if they were unhappy, they would definitely not have a good ending. Who would be so arrogant during the tribulation? Only a madman like Luo Tian would do something like that. Tam wanted to remind him, but he was afraid that he would disturb Luo Tian. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and thought to himself, "My ancestor, can't you just go through the tribulation properly? Do you have to be so crazy? My heart disease is about to come out from you." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Each of the 10 black beams of light was stronger than the last. In less than 3 seconds, they bombarded each other. Before the first beam of light could descend, the second beam of light had already descended. The third, the fourth. The further they went, the faster they got. Finally, the 10 black beams of light were all stacked together. It was even more berserk. The power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. He clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Come!" Clang, clang, clang. This time, it wasn't bombarding Luo Tian's body. Instead, it bombarded his sea of knowledge, his mind, his internal organs, his limbs, and every pore on his body. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. Luo Tian's body trembled continuously. Blood continuously spurted out. His body was trembling too fast, and countless illusions could be seen swaying. Uncomfortable. It was incomparably uncomfortable. This kind of power was much more violent than the power of the heavenly Tao. As the 10 heavenly tribulation blasted down, Luo Tian's clothes were reduced to dust. His upper body was bare, and every pore on his body was bleeding. Similarly, his body was transforming. Luo Tian could clearly sense his fleshly body becoming stronger. He could sense the changes happening bit by bit. The power of the heavenly tribulation was simply too strong. It was the best power for tempering one's body. Luo Tian sensed it slightly and became secretly excited. Just a little bit more, and I'll be able to break through to the great perfection realm. And then I'll be able to use the dragon god forbidden art. Ha ha ha. Crown Prince, just wash my butt clean and wait for me. Then, Luo Tian suddenly stood up. His entire body was covered in blood, as if he had crawled up from a pool of blood. He looked exceptionally sinister and terrifying. Crack! Clang! Rumble, 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 if it was in the outer realm. You could clearly see a black beam of light crazily bombarding a planet. That planet seemed as if it was about to be pierced through, unable to withstand it at all, and emitted a strong rumbling sound. This kind of power was incomparably shocking. However, no one would have thought that this was a tribulation. Even more so, the power summoned by the person undergoing the tribulation was actually the dark force, heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation was even stronger than the power of the heavenly Tao. 36th, 64th, 71st. Come on, use your strongest power to blast me. The heavenly thunder continued. It was as if there was no end to it. The first chapter was delivered. On a new day, if anyone has a recommendation ticket, please help the old cow. Thank you. Chapter 1516. Boom. 79. Every time he blasted down, Luo Tian said, and the throbbing in his heart became more and more intense. According to the number of heavenly tribulations in the ancient continent, there should be 81. I only need 2 more to succeed, and just 2 more, and my body should be able to break through. He was excited. The current heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the power of 5 or 6 heavenly tribulations from before. Luo Tian said that he could withstand it, but it was all in one breath. His body was numb. It was as if he couldn't feel any pain. Other than his mind, sea of consciousness and brain, Luo Tian couldn't sense any other organs at all. It was as if they had disappeared from his body and had been blasted to such a state. Not far away, Tam was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He had experienced a lot of things. He had seen the ancestor of Mount Hua transcend the tribulation and ascend with his own eyes. He had also seen other experts transcend the tribulation and condense divine deity with his own eyes. But compared to Luo Tian, they couldn't even see the tribulation. Even his old master, the ancestor of Mount Hua, was the same. Compared to Luo Tian, they were like playing house. There was no comparison, because when they transcended the tribulation, they would do their best to defend against any heavenly tribulation. They would definitely not take the risk of using their physical body to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. How did Luo Tian transcend the tribulation? This madman completely used his physical body to withstand it. Without any external force, he didn't even use his physical body's defense. Under such circumstances, it was truly a miracle, an indescribable miracle. Of course, Tam also knew very well how much pain Luo Tian had to endure. That kind of pain was something he couldn't understand. At this moment, the big toad's heart twitched. It was shocked by Luo Tian's crazy actions. In the past, it didn't accept Luo Tian and even wanted to kill Luo Tian, because in its heart, only its old master, the ancestor of Mount Hua, was the strongest man in the world. But when it saw Luo Tian, in the past year, it had been touched by Luo Tian again and again. Luo Tian, very strong, really strong. His strength was obtained through countless efforts, countless struggles, and countless cruelties to himself. If one were to talk about his talent, there would only be one word to describe it. Fight with all his might. Do anything. He was going all out. He was like a small fish in a torrent. If he didn't use his strength, he would be washed to survive. He had to do his best to swim upstream, to survive in this cruel world. Tam looked at Luo Tian, who was covered in blood, and felt admiration for him. He secretly swore, "From today onwards, you are my true master. I, Tam, will protect you with my life. I swear to the heavens." The strong to be admired. Luo Tian, this kind of powerhouse who didn't care about his life, was even more admirable. His hard work and diligence moved Tam. Tam looked at Luo Tian and said, "Master, there are still 2 more heavenly tribulations. You must withstand them. You must be careful." Crack, rumble, the boundless power of darkness spread out in the sky. In the end, it suddenly shrank and directly poured into the black beam of light, forming billions of tons of damage. Rumble! It exploded on Luo Tian's mind. The vermilion bird cried. Luo Tian shouted, "Without my orders, none of you are allowed to defend." Rumble! The power in his mind raged crazily, and Luo Tian's body was crushed to the point that he almost fell to the ground. Pain! Unparalleled pain! The azure dragon released a series of dragon roars. The white tiger roared. The vermilion bird cried. The black tortoise struggled. The four great divine beasts were extremely irritable in Luo Tian's body. They wanted to help Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian like this, they were extremely irritable, but without Luo Tian's orders, they couldn't move at all. Uffed! Luo Tian still couldn't take it, and his body was blasted to the ground. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Don't. All of you, don't move. I can still hold on, I can still. Luo Tian supported himself with both hands on the ground and stood up with great difficulty. He felt the strength of his body slightly, just a little bit more, and he would be able to break through. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, looked up at the sky, and shouted out heavily, "The 80th bolt! F***CK. Again. Come and hit me again." He roared in rage. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with determination. After this bolt of heavenly lightning, his body would break through. He would also successfully pass the tribulation and condense his divine deity. Then he would be able to kill his way back to the ancient continent and trample the crown prince under his feet. Then he would climb Tianshan Mountain and obtain a trace of Tianshan Mountain's power to refine the antidote to the soul poison. Then he would go back to Tianshan continent to save Shui, and bring them all to the ancient continent. This was Luo Tian's plan. He absolutely couldn't fall here. Absolutely not. Tam also clenched his fists, his eyes staring at the vortex in the sky, and secretly said, "Only the last bolt of heavenly lightning is left. This is the strongest bolt of heavenly lightning. Master, you must withstand it." Kacha! Rumble, rumble! Black lightning constantly brewed in the sky, as if it was going to cut through the world. The desolate continent under Luo Tian's feet had already shattered. Even this plane couldn't withstand the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. Luo Tian roared, "The last bolt, come!" Rumble. Following Luo Tian's roar, the black lightning spread out in the sky. Within 1,000,000 kilometers, it was all black lightning. A huge lightning field flashed crazily in this lightning field, condensing the sky above Luo Tian's head into a black hole. It was crazily devouring some kind of power. Luo Tian's hair flew, and he swallowed heavily. This kind of power, even he felt that it was extremely terrifying. It was too valiant. The last bolt of heavenly tribulation. This is the last bolt of heavenly tribulation? Too strong. This should be the sum of the power of the previous 80 heavenly tribulations, right? Luo Tian's mind trembled slightly. Should he defend? This thought only stayed in his mind for less than a second before it was immediately rejected by Luo Tian. "You will die with your eggs facing the sky. If you don't die, you will live for thousands of years. Come, rumble." The huge lightning field flashed with countless black lightning bolts. These black lightning bolts all gathered together to form a super bolt of lightning and heavily bombarded down. Luo Tian was instantly crushed to the ground. That kind of power raged crazily, raging and raging. He couldn't resist it anymore. He really couldn't resist it anymore. Too powerful. Luo Tian was in incomparable pain. Huge waves surged in his sea of consciousness, shaking crazily. It was as if an ancient beast was crazily crashing into his mind. It was too uncomfortable. At this moment, Luo Tian's body suddenly became light. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching the perfection realm. It was finally here. There will be an update at night. Brothers, if you have a ticket, Please support me. Chapter 1517. Roar, great perfection, fleshly body had broken through. Luo Tian felt as if his entire body had been sublimated, as if he had been reborn. Every single cell in his body was brimming with power, explosive power. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. So strong! What a strong power and a strong defense! At this moment, the 81st bolt of heavenly thunder was still wreaking havoc, still crazily crushing down. At this time, Luo Tian did not release his great perfection, fleshly body, facing the bombardment of the 81 bolts of heavenly thunder. His body's endurance had already broken through the limit again and again, and now he had reached a realm where he could not break through. Crack! Luo Tian's eyes were wide open as he looked at the sky and said excitedly, "You're very strong, aren't you? Then I let you experience what defense is, what strength is." Without any hesitation. Level 10 fleshly body activate. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body suddenly exploded, just like the transformation of the Transformers. The joints all over his body made explosive sounds. Kacha! 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 At the same time as the explosive sounds, there were also waves of impact sounds. Luo Tian, it was like a Vajra battle armor. Clenching his fists, his defense immediately covered his entire body, quickly blocking the bombardment of the black beam of light. However, this was not the end, since the great perfection fleshly body had already broken through. Then if he didn't try the Dragon God forbidden skill, ha! Luo Tian laughed coldly in excitement, stood up again and looked at the sky, looking at the black beams of light that were constantly flashing down from the 9 heavens. Luo Tian thought to himself, "What is above the 9 heavens? Where does the power of the heavenly tribulation come from? What is that black lightning?" Perhaps he did not continue to think about it, but instead roared, "If you want to know this, then go above the heavens! Dragon God forbidden skill. Dragon God!" All of a sudden, Luo Tian's body changed once again. Above the firmament, a dragon's roar that shook countless plains rang out. It was as if a huge monster that had been sleeping in the void had suddenly awakened. Its 2 eyes moved and flashed with a bright light. Then its body moved and flew up in an instant. It emitted a dragon roar that made people's hearts tremble. Roaring earth. He's awake. Awakened. Luo Tian felt as if he had seen the dragon god awaken from the ancient void. His state of mind suddenly changed. The power of the dragon god poured into his body. Luo Tian could sense more and more clearly that in the ancient plane, the giant dragon shook off the dust on its body, revealing golden dragon scales. It was incomparably domineering and was madly surging into his body. 10 seconds. Ha ha ha! Dragon God transformation. Luo Tian roared. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian's body transformed into a heavenly overlord, the Dragon God. At this moment, the world lost its color. All the light was absorbed by the Dragon God that Luo Tian had transformed into. The golden dragon scales shone in the sky, causing the entire outer realm to tremble. The barren continent plain beneath Luo Tian's feet could not withstand this power. The entire continent was crushed into dust. It disappeared in an instant. Tam witnessed all of this with his own eyes. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. If Luo Tian's desperate resistance to the heavenly tribulation without any defense was shocking, then now, this shock was 10,000 times stronger. Tam could not find words to describe his feelings at this moment. There was only one thought in his mind: worship, incomparable worship. Seeing Luo Tian transform into an incomparably powerful dragon god, looking at the dragon god's body that was tens of thousands of meters long, and feeling the powerful strength of the dragon god, he was completely shocked, and the hot blood in his heart was instantly ignited. At this moment, like a brainless fan, he used all his strength to shout out, "Master is mighty and domineering!" Too awesome. He was entrenched in the void. The power that erupted from Luo Tian's entire body was terrifying even to himself. Ha ha ha! I'm about to fall in love with myself. This power. Ha ha ha! Crown Prince, you better clean my ass. Ha ha ha! Rumble! The moment Luo Tian transformed into a dragon god. The 81st bolt of lightning was completed. When Luo Tian thought that he had successfully transcended the tribulation, he realized that he had not condensed any divine deity in his sea of consciousness. His heart trembled. Why is that? Big Toad, why didn't I condense any divine deity? I clearly succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Puzzled. He was extremely puzzled. Tam was the same as he muttered. Logically speaking, one should have successfully transcended the tribulation and condensed divine deity after enduring 81 bolts of lightning. How could this be? No. Just as he was about to say something, Tam was dumbfounded and immediately shouted, Master, the heavenly tribulation is not over yet. The heavenly lightning bombardment. Heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning above your head. Oh my God, this. What realm is this heavenly lightning? The sky above his head was dark. The 81st bolt of heavenly lightning was released from a black hole. The black hole wasn't big. It was only the size of a person. However, right now, an incomparably huge black hole had appeared above their heads. The power of darkness within the black hole was constantly churning, crazily absorbing the power of darkness from the countless planes. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes, looked at the gigantic black hole above his head and bellowed, Other people have successfully transcended the tribulation with 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation. I am awesome, no matter how many heavenly lightning you have. I can withstand it now. Not only can you withstand it, Luo Tian said to Tam, Tam, be careful. Finished. The dragon god's huge tail suddenly swung. His body flipped, and like a bolt of golden lightning, he charged towards the gigantic black hole. The dragon's beard fluttered. The dragon's scales flickered. The dragon's claws crushed the void, and the super-strong power of the dragon god was released. Luo Tian arrogantly roared and said, Your heavenly tribulation is awesome. Then I will swallow your heavenly tribulation. Crack! All the energy under the black hole was concentrated on the top of the dragon god's head. The dragon god's body trembled. The powerful force of darkness crazily crushed him. But are you afraid? Other people would be done with 81 bolts of heavenly tribulation. But you insist on treating me unfairly. Since that's the case, then I will swallow your heavenly tribulation. Luo Tian was extremely angry at the unfairness of the heavens and suddenly shouted in his heart, God, explosion! Rumble, his strength also doubled. The giant tail swung again. The dragon god directly rushed into the huge black hole. It was as if he had entered another world. Luo Tian moved and opened the dragon god's huge mouth. The heavens are unfair. I killed the heavens. Your heavenly tribulation is unfair. I can still swallow you. Swallow it for me. The dragon god suddenly inhaled, and the most ancient power erupted, crazily absorbing the heavenly tribulation. He was a complete madman, devouring the heavenly tribulation. This was too much. The third chapter has been delivered. Under the organization of the Willful Brothers, there were activities in the group. Activity 1. Let the old bull send out red packets. I'm ashamed the old bull's phone is still the most primitive 100 yuan phone that was given in 2009 when the broadband was installed. It has been used for 6 years and can only make calls, text messages, and can't even go online. As for sending red packets, the old bull is powerless. Activity 2 update. If I could send red packets, I would definitely choose to send red packets. Then I would have no choice but to update. As for updating, I will update 5 chapters next Monday. This is Old Bull's limit. I would like to express my sincerity and thank all the brothers for their support over the past year. Chapter 1518. Luo Tian was very unhappy. other, tribulation, transcendence, ended with 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, but he had exceeded 81 bolts. He did not know when the end would be. Moreover, the power of the 82nd bolt of heavenly lightning was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. How could this be? Actually, Luo Tian did not know that the higher the level of the heavenly tribulation, the more the speed of the heavenly lightning, the more benefits it would bring to him. Of course, the premise was that he could withstand it. If he hadn't transformed into a dragon god, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the bombardment of the 82nd bolt of heavenly lightning. The power contained in that million-kilometer black hole was unimaginably terrifying. 82nd bolt. Swallow it for me. The dragon god moved and suddenly swallowed the black hole within 1,000,000 kilometers into his body. Luo Tian then roared, F***CK, you attack me again! Rumble. He directly swallowed the heavenly lightning. This lunatic, he was so crazy that he didn't want his life anymore. Who would dare to do this? Throughout history, none of the tribulation experts dared to be so arrogant. They actually swallowed the heavenly lightning. However, just as Luo Tian was swallowing the heavenly lightning, the power of the heavenly lightning did not disappear. Instead, it was wreaking havoc within the dragon god's body, and the power was still wreaking havoc. Luo Tian frowned, and the power of the dragon god erupted. I've already swallowed it, and you still dare to be arrogant. Suppress it for me. The dragon god's body suddenly churned. At this moment, Tam risked his life and rushed forward, saying loudly, Master, let the heavenly lightning temper your dragon god's body. The heavenly lightning in your body will only bring you endless benefits. There is no need to crush it. Let nature take its course, of course. If you can devour more heavenly lightning, it will be even more beneficial to you. If. At this point, Tam's voice trembled, as if he didn't dare to say it out loud. Luo Tian immediately said, If what? Gudong. The toad gulped and looked at the terrifying power in the sky. It said carefully, If you can really swallow the heavenly tribulation, then your attack will be the power of the heavenly tribulation. This power will be able to crush the crown princes, **T out. It will be absolutely crushing. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. It was as if he was afraid that someone would hear him, because this idea was really too crazy. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he definitely wouldn't have said it. This was because the divine dragon that Luo Tian had transformed into was simply too powerful. Perhaps he could really devour the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he would be the witness, and he would be considered the #1 person in all of history. At first, Luo Tian only thought about it. Now, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Absolute crushing power, I'm going to take it. The reason why the toad knew about this was also because of the patriarch of Mount Hua. Perhaps it was fated. Devouring heavenly tribulations was such a crazy thing. Rumble, the sky shook. As if angered by Tam's words, the heavenly tribulation became unscrupulous. Crack! Even more powerful heavenly thunders came crashing down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian swung his huge tail, and his entire body soared into the sky, rushing straight towards the descending heavenly thunder, and roared heavily, 83rd bolt, devour it! Boom! Opening his huge mouth, he directly swallowed the descending heavenly thunder into his body once again. His body continued to erupt with an even more dense power of darkness. This power caused the golden dragon scales to turn black, and the black to turn golden. The two colors continued to intertwine. At the same time, the power of darkness crazily tempered the dragon's body. The heavenly tribulation was tempering. The dragon god's body was also crazily growing stronger under this tempering. The ancient giant had completely awakened. Rumble, 84th bolt, devour it! Luo Tian did not stop. He kept flying straight up, and endless power crazily crushed him, as if it wanted to block him. The more it blocked, the more excited Luo Tian became. What the big toad said is definitely right. If I swallow this heavenly tribulation, then the power released will be the heavenly tribulation. Crown Prince, even if you become a god, the heavenly tribulation you will undergo will definitely be the power of the heavenly Tao. You are the disciple of the heavenly Tao, so it will naturally be easy for you, but can you withstand the power of this heavenly tribulation? Ha ha ha. Rumble. 85th bolt. Crack. Devour it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly thunder continued to bombard downwards. In the end, it was like a torrential rain, crazily crushing down. Luo Tian, who had transformed into the dragon god, was also crazily rushing towards the center of the 9 heavens, the vortex. Rumble, 180th bolt. Devour it. Rumble, 567th bolt. Come again. The heavenly tribulation's speed was getting faster and faster, and its power was also getting fiercer and fiercer. The entire outer realm was in a state of shock. All the creatures were crawling on the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. Even some of the experts in the divine realm were shocked. Which plane is this person transcending the tribulation? Who is it? Who is it? It's impossible that I don't know such a genius. It's already more than 700 heavenly thunders, and it's still continuing. What is this person doing? How can he attract such a huge amount of heavenly thunder? Even the deities of the divine realm wouldn't be able to withstand so many bolts of lightning, but he could. What exactly happened? It's the 800th bolt of heavenly thunder. Could it be that it's the 999 perfect heavenly tribulations in the teleportation? This is too terrifying. In the entire divine realm, the one with the most heavenly thunder is the king of the divine realm, but he's only struck by 308 bolts of heavenly thunder. This is too terrifying. Ha ha ha, no one can compete with me. This kid is mine. Fantasy Hall. Fantasy Fairy smiled, her smile like a flower. The maid beside her asked curiously, Lord Ruler, why are you so happy? Because he's coming to attack the divine realm. The first time I saw him, I knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person. He could actually trigger the dark force, heavenly tribulation, and summon 999 bolts of heavenly thunder. He's really too cool. Fantasy Ruler was like a child, incomparably happy. Looking at the dragon god that Luo Tian had transformed into, her heart palpitated. Luo Tian, hurry up and come. I'll wait for you in the divine realm. Outer realm. 998th bolt. Swallow it for me. Luo Tian was incomparably arrogant. The dragon god's entire body was covered in blood, and every dragon scale was seeping out dark red blood. However, the power in the dragon god's body was countless times stronger than before, and the dragon god's body was completely tempered. Come again, Luo Tian roared. At this moment, he was just a little bit away from being able to stand above the 9 heavens and devour the heavenly tribulation. The last bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. The first chapter has been delivered. There are still 2 chapters to be delivered tonight. If you have a ticket, please support me. Chapter 1519. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The last bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. Outer realm. It was completely dark. They were all enveloped by the power of darkness. Boundless energy gathered from all directions. This power was simply Luo Tian's heart sank, and he said, Big brother, dragon god, hold on. He transformed into a dragon god. However, Luo Tian was not the real dragon god, and this dragon god still had its own consciousness. Luo Tian could clearly feel that the more he was bombarded by the heavenly tribulation, the clearer the dragon god's consciousness became, and it was truly awakening. Master, 999 great perfection, heavenly tribulation. This is the last one. You must withstand it. The big toad yelled out. Looking at the sky that was filled with darkness, his heart was trembling. There were close to 1,000 bolts of heavenly lightning. Even if he was a divine-level expert in the divine region, he wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone a human. It was truly heaven-defying. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. Looking at the dark barrier in front of him, he was just a little bit away from rushing up to the 9th heaven, and he would be able to see the so-called heavenly tribulation. His eyes turned sinister as he released the might of the dragon god and roared. The dragon's roar shook the entire outer realm. Come on! With a move of his huge tail, he used all his strength to rush up. It was also at this time the power of darkness that had spread throughout the sky suddenly gathered and quickly condensed into a black ball of light. An incomparably huge ball of light. It was the same size as the desolate continent plain that had just turned into dust. Luo Tian's dragon god's body was like a speck of dust in front of this black ball of light, incomparably small. F***CK. Luo Tian cursed in his heart, looking at the incomparably huge ball of darkness. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. Every time a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, Luo Tian would be afraid, but what could he do? Won't it blast you? Will it let you succeed in your tribulation? Not at all. There was no use being afraid. Luo Tian was afraid, but he had no choice. Ever since he transmigrated to another world, he could only move forward, not backwards. Swallow it for me. Luo Tian let out a tearing roar, and the power of the dragon god completely broke out. A virtual image spread out in the sky, and the body of the dragon god seemed to extend infinitely, entangling the entire dark ball of light, and the dragon had moved. Roar! It opened its huge mouth. He swallowed it in one gulp. The scene was extremely shocking. It was tens of thousands of times more shocking than the miracle back then. Crack! Ha ha ha! The dark sphere emitted the sound of glass shattering. At the same time, the power of darkness within the dark sphere crazily crushed Luo Tian. The overbearing power of darkness contained the power to destroy everything as it resisted Luo Tian, not letting him take a single step forward. However, Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Eat it! Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound rang out in the sky. The entire dark sphere of light was swallowed by the dragon god, crazily moving about in Luo Tian's body, crazily destroying it. Luo Tian felt as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. But at this critical moment, Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his huge tail flipped again. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! It rushed up from the endless darkness. Bam! The sound of a mountain collapsing could be heard. The dragon had broke through the 9 heavens. A holy light scattered down from the sky. It was like heaven. Everywhere was filled with peace and warmth, just like the heaven in the movie world. However, this was only on the surface. The moment the dragon had broke through the 9 heavens, a powerful force crazily pressed down on the dragon head, pressing him down. This power was even stronger than the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavens. I don't believe it. Ah, rumble! Luo Tian roared from within his body. God explosion! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! His entire body entered the world above the 9 heavens. Facing this heaven-like world, Luo Tian did not have any reluctance and sneered sinisterly. Is this the heavenly tribulation realm? Haha, then I will swallow this place. Dragon god tyrant body. Swallow. Gotcha! Luo Tian was like a madman, using the ridiculously strong ancient dragon god to devour everything. Swallowing the heavenly thunder was not enough. He also wanted to devour the dark force of the heavenly tribulation realm. Once he succeeded, then this world would no longer have the power of darkness. Therefore, the power of darkness would be controlled by Luo Tian alone. Gotcha! 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 The plane was exploding. unable to withstand the dragon god's devouring power. This was also because this dark force, heavenly tribulation, used all its power to turn into heavenly thunder to bombard Luotian, causing the dark world that was originally filled with the power of darkness to turn white, just like heaven. Before the heavenly thunder descended, the power of darkness was originally hell. Hula! 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 It could not hold on for more than 10 seconds. The dark force plane could not hold on any longer. The power of the laws of the entire plane was shattered in front of the dragon god. Without the support of the power of darkness, all the power in this plane was too weak, completely unable to resist the dragon god's devouring. Streams of power poured into the dragon god's body. A minute passed. The dragon god was still devouring. Half an hour passed. It was still devouring. A full 3 hours passed. The dragon god swallowed the entire dark force plane of tribulation and completely merged with the dark force absorbed by his body. It instantly resonated and formed a system that automatically absorbed the dark force. The dark force of the heavenly tribulation realm directly fused with the dragon god's body. Ding! Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Congratulations to player Luotian for becoming a god. Current level, rank 1 god. Ding! Prompt. Do you want to ascend to the divine realm? Enter the divine realm? After successfully transcending the tribulation, one could choose to stay in their original plane or enter the divine realm. Luotian didn't even think about it and said, "No. I still have things to do. There are still people to kill. Ascend to the divine realm? Let's put it aside first. Let's talk about it after I mess up the crown princes," but he refused without hesitation. In addition to pursuing the peak of martial arts, he wanted to return to the ancient world and trample the crown prince under his feet. He secretly clenched his fists. Buzz! Endless divine power poured into his body, and the divine spark in his sea of consciousness. Luotian's mind moved slightly and his heart trembled. Damn! Why is my divine spark black? Could it be my divine spark is a little different? He had seen divine sparks before, and even the divine spark that dropped from Tianlingzi was completely different. Their divine sparks were all sparkling and translucent, filled with divine might, but his divine sparks were black. It was too strange. Immediately, Luotian didn't think too much. He couldn't wait to return to the ancient continent. He activated his divine power and directly blasted open the space-time crack. He excitedly said, "Crown Prince, I'm back." Die. There was another chapter at night. Chapter 1520. Luotian had become a god. Divine deity's entire body was black. And then again, what Luotian didn't know was that the dragon god had also evolved at the last moment. He didn't notice. After recovering his original body, he directly used his divine might to split open a spatial crack and said to the dumbstruck Big Toad, "Tam, quickly follow, we are going back." At this moment, ancient continent, the outer realm continent, and the ancient continent could be considered to be on the same level. So, whether it was the spatial laws, the power laws, or the time laws, they were all about the same. On the square of Cloud Mist College, the Crown Prince had a cold smile on his face as he looked at Huang Fuju, who was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. He stepped on Huang Fuju's face, and the mud on his shoes covered his face. The entire Cloud Mist College was crushed to the point that they couldn't even breathe. A giant sword condensed from the power of the heavens floated above everyone's mind, crushing them tightly, causing them to be unable to move. They didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Hate, extreme hatred. Fatty Lu continued to sprint with all his might, wanting to break through the shackles on his body. But no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The power of the heavens was the absolute suppression. To them, no one could withstand the suppression of the power of the heavens, including the heavenly maiden. The Crown Prince coldly swept his gaze over and said, "He still hasn't appeared. After waiting for so long, he still hasn't appeared." This means that Luo Tian doesn't take you guys seriously at all. I know that he went to the outer realm, and I also know that you sent him there. I also know that he has your blood essence in his body. He should know what happened here, but he didn't even think of coming back. Sigh. I really feel sad for you guys. Humph. Luo Tian. What a cowardly piece of trash. The Crown Prince laughed in disdain, and his gaze landed on Yi Yunmeng once again. Bitch, now you see Luo Tian clearly, right? Now you regret it. How can you have a future with such a piece of trash? I treated you so well back then, but what about you? Together with Luo Tian, you dealt with my clansmen and killed my own brother. This grudge! It's true that I can't find him if he hides in the outer region for a short period of time. However, I will definitely kill him. Before I kill him and before I leave the primordial continent, everyone related to him must die, including you. His voice became extremely cold. The flaming wolf behind the Crown Prince bared its long fangs, and its violent and ferocious aura continued to surge. He did not have the patience to wait any longer. There was no need to wait any longer. He walked over to Luo Tian, wanting to do something. He wanted to break through and overcome the tribulation to become a deity. But without outside help, there was no way he could break through in a short period of time, much less successfully overcome the tribulation. Luo Tian's fate had only two possible outcomes. The first was to die in the Outlands. Instead, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. If that was the case, although the Crown Prince felt somewhat regretful, the primordial continent itself was a springboard for him. He was destined not to stay here for too long. His stage was the high-ranked god's domain, not a mid-ranked plane like this. As for his people in Haijia, so what if he died? The strong didn't need to care about such things. There was no need for any restraints. Done. It's time to send you on your way. The Crown Prince stood up and kicked Huang Fuju away. He sneered and said, "Don't be in a hurry to die. What if Luo Tian rushes back?" Bang! Huang Fuju's body smashed the walls of the square into ruins, and he himself was buried in the ruins. His heart was dead silent, and he had no intention of resisting. The difference was too great, and he was no match for the Crown Prince. Right now, he only hoped that Luo Tian would not come back. He was also worried that Luo Tian would do something rash, because the moment the blood essence connected, Huang Fuju knew that Luo Tian had already broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm and could summon the heavenly tribulation at any time. His blood essence energy had disappeared, and Luo Tian could not come back. The only way he could come back was to become a deity and open a spatial rift, transcending the tribulation without any preparation. The chances of success were close to zero. Huang Fuju prayed in his heart, "Luo Tian, you must not come back. You must not." As long as Luo Tian was given enough time, crushing the Crown Prince wouldn't be a problem. They probably wouldn't have a chance in this lifetime. The Crown Prince revealed a playful sneer. He retracted his divine might and looked at Yi Yunmeng. "Slut! Who do you think I should kill?" "These women. These Luo Tian's brothers, who have the best relationship with you." As soon as the divine might was withdrawn, the suppression of the sword of heaven in everyone's minds disappeared. His body relaxed. At this moment, Fatty Lu pushed off with his hind legs, and like a cannonball, his body charged towards the Crown Prince like lightning. With a deep roar, he said, "Crown Prince, F*CK, your 81 generations of ancestors." The power of the divine might was released. A powerful force enveloped Fatty Lu. Fatty Lu was like a nuclear warhead that had been fired. However, the Crown Prince picked his ears. "I hate this kind of sound." As soon as he finished, he raised his right leg, and the moment Fatty Lu got close to him, his right leg suddenly pressed down. In an instant, Lu Zhan was smashed to the ground. Boom! A deep pit appeared on the ground, and the pit was filled with cracks. Uft! Fatty Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and still said angrily, F asterisk CKU, not waiting for him to finish. The crown prince's left foot stomped. Boom! Lu Zhan, who was in the pit, was directly sent flying and then kicked out again. His voice was cold, and he said, "Scram to the side, I'll kill you later." Bang! The wall on the other side of the square was smashed into ruins. In the ruins, Lu Zhan's body was about to split open, and he said in his heart, "Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't do it. I didn't protect the sisters-in-law. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I, Lu Zhan, am useless." Self-blame. Seeing Lu Zhan fly out, Huang Fuya anxiously called out, "Fatty!" At this moment, the crown prince's gaze fell on Huang Fuya, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister sneer and said, "I was wondering who had the best relationship with you. Without a doubt, it's Huang Fuya. Then she'll be the first to die. Originally, I wanted Luo Tian to watch the people around him die, one by one in front of him, to watch Luo Tian feel despair, powerless and heartbroken. This is the most painful punishment in the world. Now that he's gone, I'll use it on you." The crown prince's figure moved. Like a shadow, he instantly landed beside Huang Fuya. His index finger moved. A divine power pressed against Huang Fuya's chin, ignoring her resistance, and directly lifted her into the air. The crown prince looked at Yi Yunmeng and said with a smile, "Do you want to save her?" Beg me, haha." Huang Fuya said with difficulty, "Sister Yunmeng, don't beg this bastard. Luo Tian will avenge me." Yi Yunmeng was powerless and desperate. Seeing Huang Fuya's face getting paler and paler, she didn't know what to do. She looked at the sky, put her palms together, and then shouted at the top of her lungs, "Luo Tian, come back quickly!" It was also at this moment a large area of space suddenly distorted above the square. "Thank you to Let Me Love You for a large wave of rewards. Thank you, brothers. Brothers, support me if you have a ticket. Good night." Chapter 1521. Space was twisting as the power of God leaked out. A God-tier expert. Space travel? The crown prince frowned. There are still God-tier experts in the ancient continent. At this moment, he never thought that it was Luo Tian. In his mind, it was impossible for Luo Tian to break through so quickly, let alone successfully passing the tribulation. The reason why he could pass the tribulation was because of the help of the heavenly Tao. He didn't encounter any danger during the entire process. Luo Tian, it was impossible for him to succeed. Suddenly, the twisting space turned into a huge whirlpool. The space in the whirlpool was fragmented. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of muffled thunder exploded in the void. The space was completely torn apart. It was also at this moment that two black shadows fell heavily from the 9 heavens. Their powers surged out wildly like huge waves. The crown princess' body sank slightly, and she could not help but take a step back. Her mind immediately felt a great pressure. The skin on his face moved like waves. His long hair flew, and his robe swayed uncontrollably. "Kacha! Kacha!" The crown prince took 2 steps back again. He couldn't resist this power. Could he be a high-level god? This power. He was slightly shocked in his heart. In an instant, the black figure in the sky grew bigger and bigger. A furious voice pierced through the sky. "Crown Prince, give me your life!" Rumble. The voice was like thunder. It spread through the clouds. The entire sky was filled with black lightning. It was as if the sky of the ancient continent was going to be torn apart. This power was extremely terrifying. The entire ancient continent trembled. The plain laws seemed to be unable to withstand it. "It's Luo Tian." Luo Tian's voice was very familiar to them. "It's husband, husband, husband." Luo Tian. In the ruins, Lu Zhan looked at the sky and laughed excitedly. It was difficult to laugh, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He said with difficulty, "Boss, I knew you would come back because you're Luo Tian, ha ha ha." The crown prince narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Luo Tian, why are you calling me Grandpa? It's useless even if you call me Grandpa. Boom! Luo Tian directly released all the divine power in his body. In his sea of consciousness, the black godhead released endless power. The power of darkness, invisible to the naked eye, spread out and formed a powerful pressure to crush the Crown Prince's mind. For a moment, the Crown Prince was completely crushed. It was also at this moment the big toad sat down. Luo Tian was like a god descending from the heavens, incomparably flashy. It was extremely sharp. He was even more handsome than before. Rumble, rumble, a shockwave of power swept out. The entire Misty Cloud City was shaken. After becoming a god, the aura on Luo Tian's body was completely different, as though he was floating in the air like an immortal. He walked in front of Yi Yunmeng and extended his hand. Seeing that they were all heavily injured, his heart tightened, but he did not explode in front of them. Yi Yunmeng held onto Luo Tian's hand and felt that Luo Tian's palm was so warm, so powerful, and so safe. At the beginning, she was still afraid, but at this moment, even if the god of death descended and the scythe of death was placed on her neck, she would not feel afraid. Because Luo Tian had come. Yi Yunming's eyes were moist as she looked at Luo Tian. She was so emotional that she couldn't say a word. She shook her head and couldn't say anything. Tears uncontrollably flowed out. They were the same. Looking at Luo Tian, they couldn't say anything and could only cry. Seeing them like this, Luo Tian's heart ached. His gaze was gentle as he said softly, "Don't worry, I will never let you get hurt again. Never again." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian turned around abruptly. He was afraid that if he didn't turn around, he would cry. The anger in his heart continued to surge, surge, and surge. In this life, the thing he couldn't bear to see the most was a woman's tears. His women's tears, from their tears, Luo Tian knew that they had suffered. He clenched his fists tightly. Substantial power shot out from the gaps between his fingers. Then, the veins on his arm bulged. The veins on Luo Tian's forehead bulged as he roared furiously, "Crown Prince!" Bam! Tam was sent flying by a force. Almost at the same time that Luo Tian roared, the Crown Prince also roared, "Luo Tian!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, the two forces collided. One was black, the other was white. The thick clouds continued to collide, as if the sky was divided into two halves. It was too shocking. Luo Tian shouted, "Big Toad, protect them for me. Bring them as far away as possible." The toad was well aware of the destructive power of darkness. Furthermore, Luo Tian had just become a god. The power of darkness was simply too powerful and difficult to control. Once this power injured someone, they would be reduced to ashes. Immediately, the big toad said, "Yes, master." "I've wronged you." The big toad didn't wait for their reply. With a roll of its long tongue, it directly pulled them into its stomach, an independent space that belonged to him. Huang Fuju, Lu Zhan, and the unconscious Tang San and Lin Dong were all pulled into its stomach. Bam! With a push of his hind legs, he instantly flew tens of thousands of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Only Luo Tian and the Crown Prince were left in the entire cloud mist college. However, in less than half a minute, the big toad suddenly jumped back and said, "Master, they have already been placed in a safe place." Luo Tian was startled and said, "Why aren't you leaving? You leave too." The big toad laughed excitedly and said, "I will leave immediately, but before I leave, I will blast him with a cannon first." Gulp, gulp, gulp. The big toad's stomach kept rolling. Its eyes darkened as it stared at the Crown Prince and said, "You bastard, last time you crushed me in the Abyss Academy. This time it's our turn." Starcore Cannon. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The huge energy ball was as powerful as a small plane as it directly shot out. The Crown Prince's eyes widened. What is this? Even he didn't know. Even if he wanted to dodge, he wouldn't be able to because the ball of light was too big. Rumble. It directly exploded on his body. The Crown Prince's entire body exploded, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At this moment, the Crown Prince suddenly sat cross-legged, like a phoenix that had undergone nirvana. His eyes suddenly opened, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said disdainfully, "Luo Tian, is this your power after becoming a god? Too weak. Pervert, you didn't even die." Seeing this, the big toad scratched its head and laughed foolishly. "About that, boss, I'm going to take care of the sisters-in-law. I'll be leaving first." Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, this kind of fat toad directly jumped and instantly disappeared. Luo Tian was speechless. However, he could truly let go of his hands and fight. Chapter 1522. The big toad fled after firing a shot. It had no intention of testing the shot again, because the star core did not do any harm to the Crown Prince. If he had not become a god, one shot would have been enough for the Crown Prince to suffer. Now that he had become a god, it was useless. The Crown Prince's expression was sinister as he walked out of the ball of light step by step. He said gloomily, "Luo Tian, is that all you have?" At this moment, a super powerful beast emerged from the white clouds in the sky, crazily crushing the black clouds on Luo Tian's side. This was a change in strength, following the Crown Prince's anger. The flame wolf that was originally ready to attack dug its front claws into the ground, letting out a low growl from its throat. In an instant, more than a dozen wolves moved together and directly jumped into the void. In less than 10 minutes and 1 second, they rushed out in front of Luo Tian. Whoa! The fire wolf strength was comparable to a rank 1 deity, and it was a true deity realm demonic beast. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and his figure flickered continuously. It was as if there were a dozen or so illusions. He stood there without moving, but a dozen or so punches rang out around him. Bam! 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 More than a dozen punches and kicks sounded. Those flame wolves seemed to be frozen in place. As all the sounds rang out, more than a dozen flame wolves instantly fell from the sky. Almost at the same time, they smashed onto the ground, their brains splattering everywhere. Death! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Flame Wolf, for obtaining 0 experience points, 0 essence points. Not a single experience point. This was not strange, because Luo Tian was already a god-level expert. It was already the highest level of existence in the ancient continent, an existence that could not be broken through, which was why it was 0 experience points. If Luo Tian entered the god realm, he would be restricted by the power of the laws in the god realm. At that time, he would obtain a new realm level and also new experience points. Luo Tian did not care about this. He sneered and said, "Crown Prince, is this your strength? It can't even withstand a single blow." In less than a second, the flame wolves that had rampaged across the ancient continent for half a year were all crushed. This power, he was more terrifying than any rank 1 deity. The Crown Prince wasn't shocked at all. Instead, he laughed coldly and mocked, "Not bad. You still have some power. It seems that the time you spent holed up in the dog hole to train has some results. Originally, I was a little afraid, but with that big toad of yours gone, you can't release the chain of flames. What power do you have to fight against me? Just based on your tier 1 godly power? In front of the power of the heavenly Tao, all tier 1 god powers are trash." Once the big toad left, he would not be able to enter sage mode. Thus, he would not be able to use the super divine flame. The Crown Prince was a little afraid of this mysterious divine fire. Luo Tian also sneered and said, "I no longer need the divine flame to deal with you. As for what kind of power I'll use to deal with you, you'll know very soon." In the same realm, if he still needed to use the divine fire to deal with the Crown Prince, then what was he doing here? Furthermore, the divine fire was of no use to the Crown Prince. Last time, The Crown Prince's clone had been killed by the super divine flame because he hadn't been fully prepared. This was his true self, so naturally he wouldn't die to the divine flame. Using the divine flame to kill you is too easy. I want to kill you with one punch at a time. Luo Tian sneered sinisterly. The Crown Prince also sneered. A trash like you dares to spout such arrogant words? I want to see how you kill me with one punch at a time. Divine might of the heavens! Explode! Rumble! An explosive sound came from the Crown Prince's body. Immediately after, the Crown Prince's figure moved. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes, locking onto the Crown Prince. The black divine deity in his sea of consciousness suddenly revolved, clenching his fists tightly. A ball of black dark force was released, facing the Crown Prince head-on. Bam! Sparks flew everywhere. The surrounding space was directly shattered. Two figures bounced back. Bam! Two bolts of lightning flashed and collided with each other again. Bam! Bang, bang, bang! They collided again and again. In just a few seconds, their fists had collided thousands of times. The entire ancient continent was shaking. The power was too strong. The ancient continent, this plane, was already unable to withstand it. Everyone on the continent raised their heads to look at the sky, watching this battle of the century. Boss! Fatty Lou raised his head to look at the flames soaring into the sky. His heart could not help but worry. The ladies clasped their hands together and silently prayed. Only the big toad was the most relaxed, laughing and saying, "Don't worry, Master will definitely win. His power is already not something the Crown Prince can stop. Unless the heavens of the heavens descend, otherwise, even the heavens will not be able to save him." What happened in the outer region? Only the big toad knew. That scene was too crazy. 999 great perfection, heavenly tribulations was unprecedentedly powerful. After a minute, the sky seemed to be about to be torn apart by the power of the two. With every punch, the Crown Prince's heart tightened. The power of Luo Tian's fists was not weaker than his heavens of the heavens. In fact, it was even stronger than his heavens of the heavens of the heavens. The Crown Prince was shocked. What kind of power is this? No, this can't go on. I have to deal with him as soon as possible. The Crown Prince calmed down. The idea in his heart moved and directly connected to the heavens of the 9 heavens. He secretly said, "Please bestow upon me the strongest power." As soon as he finished, the aura on the Crown Prince's body suddenly changed. The figure on his body turned into a super giant god. In the next second, a punch was thrown out. Rumble, Luo Tian was sent flying. In an instant, he flew 1,000,000 kilometers. His strength has increased? In the next second, Luo Tian appeared again. Looking at the super strong shadow on the Crown Prince's body, like an ancient god, he said, "What kind of bullshit heavens of the heavens power is this? It seems that you can only rely on this power. Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. You're really too weak." Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. The Crown Prince sneered proudly. "Did that punch feel good? I'm going to blast you into hell with this punch." He succeeded with one punch. The Crown Prince was extremely pleased. From his point of view, Luo Tian was only slightly stronger. As long as his idea was connected to the Heavens Tao, he would be able to continuously obtain the might of the Heavens Tao, and no one would be his match. Luo Tian did not speak. If he used the power of darkness, Luo Tian would still be able to defeat the Crown Prince. However, he didn't want to waste time. Seeing the Crown Prince's complacent expression, he was very unhappy. He was extremely unhappy. Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows sank as he roared out heavily, "I'll show you what absolute crushing power is!" At this moment, the big toad became excited and reminded everyone, "It's coming, it's coming. It's about to begin." Luo Tian roared tyrannically, "Dragon God forbidden technique, dragon transformation." The second chapter has been delivered. There was still one more chapter to be delivered tonight. Thank you, brothers, for your support. If you have a ticket, please support the old cow. Thank you very much. Chapter 1523. Dragon God Transformation. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, the roar of an ancient dragon god came from all directions. Next, Luo Tian's body crazily changed. Rays of light surged into his body, and in the blink of an eye roar, a super dragon god appeared. It was incomparably ferocious as it roared fiercely at the crown prince. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The space turned into ruins. It broke. He couldn't resist the power of the dragon god at all. The crown prince was dumbfounded. It was as if he was piking with someone in a game and found out that the other party was actually the GM. What was there to fight about? He was completely dumbfounded. His mind was crushed, his sea of consciousness was crushed, and even the power of the heavenly Tao that he was so proud of was also crushed. Uft! He couldn't resist. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The crown prince was in a bad state. His originally arrogant head was forcefully stared down by the two huge dragon god eyes. It was as if he couldn't lift it up and felt incomparably uncomfortable. Ever since he was young, he had never been like this. He had always been the one who looked down on others. He had always been the one who felt inferior when compared to others. From the moment he was born, he knew that he was destined to be extraordinary, but now he felt inferior. Being crushed by the dragon god, he felt inferior. This power, it was too powerful. Luo Tian said excitedly, "Let me ask you, are you happy or not?" The crown prince couldn't move at all. It was as if his blood had frozen. Gritting his teeth, his heart was filled with a monstrous rage as he continuously attacked the dragon god. But it was completely impossible. He couldn't break through at all. And within the power of the dragon god suppression, there was a power that was the same as the power of Luo Tian's divine might. This power was not reflected in Luo Tian's attack. However, among the power of the dragon god, this power was especially stifling. Changed, turned into an ancient dragon god. This. Too strong. Huang Fuju was extremely excited. The injuries on his body seemed to have healed in an instant. He almost jumped up and clapped his hands. Celestial Maiden was incomparably shocked as well. In the history of the primordial continent, there had never been a dragon god like this. This dragon god didn't belong to the four divine beast clan. It had never been seen before. One of the most primordial dragon gods from the beginning of the universe. I didn't expect my husband to actually. Huang Fuya giggled mischievously and shouted at the huge dragon god in the sky. "Darling, Yaya loves you. I'll love you forever. I'll love you forever." He was so happy. He didn't know how to express it. Yi Yunmeng and the others were also extremely excited. Fatty Lu laughed loudly and said, "Boss, you're awesome. Blast him to death, ha ha ha." As for the four divine beasts, the Azure Dragon Patriarch's face grew even more excited. Nobody understood the dragon god as well as he did, and nobody understood the forbidden dragon god technique as well. He was certain that Luo Tian's dragon god transformation was the forbidden treasure of the four divine beast clan, the forbidden dragon god technique. He never thought that there would actually be someone in this world who could cultivate the dragon god forbidden technique and even succeed. It must be understood that in order to cultivate the dragon god forbidden technique, one had to have an incomparably powerful body. The four divine beasts clan was reputed to be the race with the most powerful bodies in the primordial continent, but they were unable to cultivate it. If they did, they would be devoured by a surge of energy and their bodies would explode and they would die. Not only had Luo Tian succeeded, the dragon god he had transformed into had become even more powerful. The Azure Dragon Patriarch said honestly, when the heavens and the earth were first created, the dragon god transformed into a plaything, slumbering within the void. Using a single drop of his blood essence, he developed a forbidden technique. Only the most powerful of people can train in it, and only then can he awaken from the primordial era. Luo Tian, You truly are the reincarnation of our ancestor. You truly are the ancestor of our four divine beasts clan. Suddenly, the warriors of the four divine beasts clan all knelt down in front of Luo Tian. Kowtow! The crown prince clenched his fists tightly, clenching them even more tightly. His heart was bleeding, and his will gushed into void space like wisps of white smoke. He was begging for more, for greater power. Master, I need more power. Give me more power. Give me more power. I'm going to kill him. I'm definitely going to kill him. He was crushed to the ground, unable to rise. This sort of feeling was simply too unbearable. Suddenly, the skies suddenly sank. The entire primordial continent was completely covered by the thick, divine aura of the heavenly Taos, and at this moment, the crown prince suddenly leapt into the air. Luo Tian's lips cracked, and he happily stared at the skies. Letting out a cold laugh, he said, "Divine aura of the heavenly Taos, you finally come out." And then Luo Tian said disdainfully, "Crown Prince, you finally summoned your divine aura of the heavenly Taos. It must be very powerful, right?" Humph! The crown prince, having freed himself, let out a cold snort. He stared down at Luo Tian, then roared loudly, "Luo Tian, today I'm definitely going to kill you. I'm going to let you know what the power of the heavenly Taos is, and what the heavenly Taos are. Boundless divine aura. Destroy everything for me." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Outside the ancient continent's atmosphere, waves of monstrous waves of power crazily crushed down. In that instant, the ancient continent fell into turmoil. 10,000 beasts cried out in unison. The earth wailed. Cracking vibrations continued to be emitted, and the depths of the earth's core continued to crack. The big toad's expression was startled as it reminded loudly, "Master, the crown prince wants to use the power of the heavenly Taos to crush the ancient plane into powder. He wants to destroy this continent." Under the rage was madness. The crown prince was going all out. He wanted to use the endless power of the heavenly Taos to destroy everything in the ancient continent. Luo Tian was going to die. Luo Tian's friends, women, and brothers were all going to die. The crown prince laughed crazily, ha ha. "Luo Tian, just now you asked me if I felt good, but now I'm asking you, did you feel good?" Ha ha ha. Just that, without waiting for the crown prince to finish laughing. Suddenly, the moment the dragon god moved, he swung his tail and slapped the crown prince's face. Like a dead dog, he instantly flew millions of kilometers away. However, this was only the beginning. Before the crown prince landed on the ground, the dragon god soared into the sky and instantly landed on the crown prince's head. He said solemnly, "Have you seen the heavenly tribulation before? But have you seen this kind of heavenly tribulation before? Dark heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation canon." Boom! The dragon god opened his mouth and a black beam of light rushed out. It was exactly the same as the dark lightning that Luo Tian used to pass the tribulation. It directly blasted the crown prince's body and sent him flying. Heavenly tribulation canon. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Without waiting for the crown prince to land, the second cannon shot out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He was blasted into the air. Heavenly tribulation canon. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In the clouds. Heavenly tribulation canon. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Outside the atmosphere. Heavenly tribulation canon. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He directly entered the void. Again. It directly blasted out of the ancient continent's plane, along with the power of the heavenly Taos that he released. The crown prince turned into a dead dog. The dragon god's huge claw moved, grabbed the crown prince's body, and fell vertically. "I'll ask you one more time. Did you feel good or not?" "Thank you for all the rewards." Old Bull thanks you very much. Good night. Chapter 1524. I just want to ask you one thing. Does it feel good? Luo Tian's voice through the dragon god almost broke the crown prince's eardrums. At this moment, the crown prince was not dead yet. However, he was not far away from death. From the ancient continent to the void, the power of the heaven tribulation cannon was too overbearing. Moreover, the power of this heavenly tribulation was even stronger than his heavenly Tao heavenly tribulation. He could resist the heavenly Tao heavenly tribulation, but he had no way to resist this dark force, heavenly tribulation. He could only be tortured and killed, his body riddled with holes. His mind was shattered. His sea of consciousness was shattered. Even his will to communicate with the heavenly tribulation outside the 9 heavens was shattered, and he could no longer absorb any heavenly tribulation power. In his heart he begged over and over again, shouting over and over again. But the heavenly tribulation completely ignored him. He was abandoned. The crown prince sneered in his heart. At the same time he was furious. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. You don't accept it? Go and tell the king of hell. Luo Tian sneered. The fury in his heart was still, continuing. For so many years, I have been crushed by you. When you are about to die, you say you don't accept it. I have not accepted it from the beginning. The crown prince was protected by the heavenly tribulation from the beginning. What about him? He had nothing. Relying on himself, relying on his brothers and friends, he walked step by step. His efforts and the pain he experienced were many times more than the crown prince. Now that he was about to die, he said he didn't accept it. What about before? The speed of the descent was getting faster and faster. The dragon and the man were like meteors streaking across the starry sky. Like a ball of flame, they rushed towards the ancient continent. It was too fast, so fast that the crown prince could not open his eyes. Fear slowly rose in his heart. This was the first time he felt afraid. In an instant, the crown prince's heart trembled and he begged, Luo Tian, spare my dog life. I have been abandoned by the heavenly tribulation. I am no longer a threat to you. Please spare my life. He was afraid. He was really afraid. The moment he was abandoned by the heavenly tribulation, the crown prince panicked. He kept communicating. He kept begging, but there was no response. There was no power. The crown prince cursed in his heart. I used to work for you like a dog obedient. Now you're abandoning me, just like that? Why did you choose me? Why? Heavenly law, divine, sovereign. I'll *CK, 18 generations of my ancestors. It didn't feel good to be abandoned. Luo Tian smiled and said, Scared? Are you scared now? Ha ha ha, you, the crown prince, are afraid? You, the #1 person in the primordial era, are afraid? Crown prince immediately said, You are the strongest person in ancient times. You are the strongest person in ancient times. I'm just a dog of the heavenly Tao divine Lord. Now he has abandoned me. Luo Tian, it was all my fault in the past. I shouldn't have dealt with you. I shouldn't have bullied your brothers. I was wrong. I'll do anything you want me to do, but don't kill me. The speed of descent was getting faster and faster. The crown prince's mind was filled with fear. Without the protection of the heavenly law, he became even more afraid. Luo Tian smiled coldly. Wrong? You're right. If you were right, would I be where I am today? Ever since Yin Meng was poisoned, I swore to myself that I would *CK 18 generations of your Haijia ancestors. Now, you're the only one left in Haijia. Including your Haijia ancestors, 18 generations should be enough. Ha ha! Your Haijia ancestors are waiting for you in the underworld. You should go as well. Walala! 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 The crown prince descended from the clouds. Everyone looked up. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. It's that dragon god. Wrong, that's Luo Tian. If not for Luo Tian, the primordial continent would have been crushed by the crown prince's heavenly law, divine sovereign. It was Luo Tian who saved us. He's our savior. The entire primordial continent was discussing this. They knew in their hearts that if not for Luo Tian, they would already be dead. No one in the primordial continent could withstand the crown prince's heavenly law, divine sovereign. No one could. I want to apply for Cloud, Mist College. Luo Tian, I love you. Palace of Cold Blood. Palace Master, when can you invite Luo Tian over? Doesn't he like beauties? Aren't the 12 beauties of our palace enough to attract him? Palace Master, you have to act soon. If we can form a relationship with Luo Tian, our palace of cold blood will be able to enjoy eternal prosperity. The palace master of cold blood looked up at the sky and thought to himself, it's not just the 12 beauties. Even I am attracted by his cool and charming handsomeness. Even I can't help but want to give myself to him. At this moment, chastity, identity, and status were nothing in front of Luo Tian's actions. All the women in the continent were crazy for him. Luo Tian, too handsome, too domineering, too cool. Eurasia continent, royal family. Immediately kill the remaining 6 saints and send their heads to Cloud, Mist College. Also, show that Eurasia continent will always be a subordinate force of Cloud, Mist College. They could not afford to offend Luo Tian. He was too powerful. Icefield Snow Country. The third prince retreated step by step. Brother, don't kill me. Don't kill me. An Icefield giant said in a deep voice, you offended Luo Tian. If not for you, father wouldn't have died. It's because of trash like you. If we don't kill you, how can we appease Luo Tian's anger towards our snow country? Those demons were even more bewildered. Devil Queen, where are you? Why hasn't she descended? They could not understand. Why hadn't the Devil Queen appeared? It was already so late. Luo Tian had already become a god. How could he avenge the ancient king now? How could he revive the ancient king? All of this had become too illusory. It was also at this moment the demon leader suddenly announced, we surrender! Surrendering would not kill him. If they didn't surrender, they could only wait for Luo Tian to kill them all, because they couldn't resist Luo Tian's divine might at all. At this moment, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Listen, he had completed the Kill the Evil Demons quest and obtained the power of reincarnation. Luo Tian was a little surprised. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. The huge dragon's claws grabbed the crown prince fiercely and roared, go to hell! The crown prince's eyes were wide open as he let out a pig-like howl. Rumble! Rumble! Space was twisting. However, the crown prince opened his eyes and realized that he was floating above the ground, only a centimeter away from the ground. Because the speed of the fall was too fast, his brain was filled with blood and his face was flushed red. Realizing that he was not dead yet, he became excited and said, thank you, before he could say another word. He suddenly realized Luo Tian's other dragon claw suddenly released a flame. At such a close distance, the crown prince was dumbfounded. He was so scared that he shit his pants. The strongest boss of the ancient era, explode for me. 1 chapter in the morning. I have an author friend coming in the morning. I don't know if I have time to write. If I don't update during the day, then the remaining 2 chapters will be delivered at night. If there are tickets, I'll have to trouble my brothers to support me. Chapter 1525. Competing in Arrogance. Competing in Arrogance. Luo Tian really wasn't afraid of anyone, not to mention the Child of the Heavens. Even if the divine Lord of the Heavens descended, he would still be 10,000 times more arrogant than him. The crown prince was furious. The eyes of the giant face in the sky were filled with cold, killing intent. However, in that instant, the aura disappeared. What replaced it was a sneer. The crown prince said, slightly, Luo Tian, you have always been a frog at the bottom of a well. I said that you don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me. Come, when you come to the divine realm, you will know what kind of enemy you have provoked. I will make sure that you will never be at peace. Ha ha ha. The laughter was extremely arrogant. Along with the laughter, the shadow in the sky gradually disappeared. Luo Tian directly broke through the 9 heavens, looked at the shadow and said, "When this father reaches the divine realm, I will let you know what it means to screw over your ancestors." He was somewhat puzzled. Why the crown prince left? If it was really as he said, the Sea Emperor Dragon was only one of his avatars in the tens of thousands of planes, then this crown prince was the real crown prince, the real child of the heavens. If that was the case, then this crown prince was too powerful. His strength was indescribable. Divine Lord of the heavens, the existence of the supreme ruler in the divine realm. He controlled countless planes of heavenly tribulation. In a corner, the crown prince was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to show it. He asked, "Father, why don't you let me kill Luo Tian? This dog is too arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks that he is invincible after killing a clone." Unhappy, very unhappy. He could kill Luo Tian in an instant, but just as he was about to make a move, he received his father's order. He couldn't make a move. He was puzzled. In front of the crown prince was a huge mirror. The reflection in the mirror was not the crown prince himself, but an incomparably tall and sturdy man with his back facing him. He said faintly, "Fantasy ruler." Huh. The crown prince was secretly shocked. That woman, Divine Lord of the Heavens, said, "Fantasy ruler also has a clone in the ancient continent, maybe. She knows this person called Luo Tian. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to take out the fantasy ruler's power that I have been longing for." While speaking, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord moved his right hand, and a dark green energy flame kept tumbling in his palm. Chief Sovereign of Fantasy, Chief Sovereign of the Dragon Sky, Chief Sovereign of the Seas, Chief Sovereign of Darkness, I'm only missing the Chief Sovereign of Divine Might. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord's body emitted 3 other types of sovereign power as a sinister sneer appeared on his face. The crown prince didn't see this sneer, but he felt a chill in his heart and his hair stand on end. A few seconds later, Heaven Tao Divine Lord said, "The fantasy ruler only told you not to kill him in the ancient continent. As long as he enters the celestial realm, you can kill him." The crown prince's eyes lit up. He smiled excitedly and said, "I understand." It was Fantasy Fairy who had saved Luo Tian. Otherwise, by this time, Luo Tian had already reported to hell. Luo Tian was no match for a true child of the heavenly Tao. Only if he could unleash the full power of darkness would he be able to fight. Cultivating the power of darkness did not rely on origin energy, but the power of divine might. In the primordial plane, there was no trace of divine might at all. Phew! Luo Tian secretly relaxed and returned to his original appearance. He landed on the square of Cloud Mist College and looked at the sky. He thought to himself, "Just you wait. When I enter the celestial realm, I will F*CK you over. I don't care if you are a child of the heavens or a child of the heavens." If he was unhappy, he would do it. If he couldn't kill him now, he would kill him sooner or later. Boss is mighty. Fatty Lou's injuries were almost healed. With a healing expert like the Big Toad, their injuries were almost healed. Boss is domineering. Lindong and Tang, Sen also ran over. Husband is mighty and domineering. Yi Yunmeng and the others also walked over. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian from afar. His fists clenched tightly as he muttered to himself, "Luo Tian, thank you." Then he turned around and left. After being crushed by the crown prince, Cloud Mist College was in a mess. He had too many things to do. Moreover, after such a battle, the influence that Luo Tian had brought to Cloud Mist College would shake the entire ancient continent. It would instantly become the #1 college. After tomorrow, there would be a huge registration period. He had to restore Cloud Mist College before a large number of students arrived. Luo Tian was also very happy. Seeing that his brother and his woman were fine, he was happier than ever. At night, in the most luxurious villa of Cloud Mist College. The villa was placed on a huge bed. Luo Tian leaned against the bed. Yi Yunmeng and Qianchan rested their heads on his left and right arms. Huang Fuya lay on his chest. Bai Lingling and Karen lay on his thighs. There was also a heavenly maiden who brought over a stack of freshly brewed tea. This was life. This was life. It was too comfortable. It was so comfortable that Luo Tian did not want to think about anything or any problems. In the process of the battle, because Luo Tian was already a rank 1 deity, he could no longer benefit from the Imperial Lady Divine power. However, these women were constantly breaking through, especially Qianchan, who had already reached the peak of rank 9. She could trigger the heavenly tribulation at any time. The other women were all high-level D-Zun realm experts. The more they broke through, the more they were infatuated with Luo Tian. It was as if they were poisoned. Luo Tian took a sip of tea and asked, "Why don't I see Ling Zixue?" He suddenly thought of this question. The mission to kill the demons had been completed, but the demon queen did not appear. This made Luo Tian reject the idea of the demon queen and Ling Zixue being together. He simply wanted to know where this slightly silly woman had gone. Qianchan said she left. She didn't say why. She only said that she would meet you again. That's right, she also left the antidote formula for the soul poison. The Holy Maiden said she left the ancient continent. If the information I sensed is correct, she should have entered the divine realm. The Lingtian Business Alliance is too powerful. She doesn't need to go through me to enter the divine realm. While they were talking, the Holy Maiden was shocked. She did not know before. However, when she entered the divine realm this time, she was shocked. The Lingtian Business Alliance's power was not weaker than a ruler's. Oh, Luo Tian did not ask any more questions. The feeling Ling Zixue gave him was simply too mysterious. He had always thought that she had something to ask of him. He never imagined that she would actually leave. Since she was in God's domain, they would meet again sooner or later. Early in the morning, Fatty Lu hurriedly walked over and said, "Boss Lindong and Tang Sen have both entered the outer realm to cultivate." Luo Tian wasn't surprised. The two of them were destined to be awesome figures. The next time he saw them, they would probably be super experts. He said, "Let them go. The two of them should also gain some experience. It's time for me to complete my last task." Luo Tian looked at the sky and secretly said in his heart, "Wait for me. I'm going to the profound sky continent to pick you up." Ancient continent, final chapter. The next chapter, the world of the divine realm. The system would level up again, and even more awesome things would come out. Brothers, good night. Brothers with tickets, don't forget. Chapter 1526. Luo Tian had never forgotten why he came to the ancient continent, to find the antidote to the soul poison. Now, he was only one step away from finding the antidote to the soul poison. Heaven's chosen. Only by obtaining Heaven's chosen could he refine the antidote to the soul poison. Ancient continent, south, absolute forbidden zone. Heaven's chosen mountain. Birds could not cross it, monkeys could not read it. Any cultivator who approached would immediately feel awe. Rumors. This was a towering mountain condensed from the heavenly Tao divine Lord's will. His height was unimaginable. The power he contained was also unimaginable. The cultivators of the ancient continent flocked to this place like a flock of ducks, treating this place as a holy land in their hearts. They dreamed of obtaining Heaven's chosen and becoming a master of their generation. Every year, the various forces of the ancient continent would select their most elite cultivators to climb Heaven's chosen mountain. The higher they climbed, The stronger the heaven's chosen seed they obtained, and the greater the help it provided to them. Even they might be chosen by the heavenly Tao Divine Lord. This year was no exception. There was only one exception, and that was only one person climbing heaven's chosen mountain, Luo Tian. All the forces had come. Everyone's hearts were filled with awe. This awe naturally arose from the depths of their hearts. Boss, I think this heaven's chosen mountain is very strange. Fatty Lu was different from others. He was now a God-grade master, so his understanding of this heaven's chosen mountain was completely different from other cultivators. The heaven's chosen mountain gave him a feeling of surveillance and bewitchment. Luo Tian gently raised his eyes and looked at the towering heaven's chosen mountain, saying faintly, "It is strange," but he did not continue. On the way here, he decided to do something. Huangfu Ju walked up and said, "Heaven's chosen is a kind of heavenly Tao force. The crown prince's death angered the heavenly Tao Divine Lord. Will you climb heaven's chosen mountain? Luo Tian, how about I refine the antidote to the soul poison? Now that the spirit grass has been found, I should be able to refine it. Even if I can't, I'm sure there will be countless Emperor Realm Masters willing to refine it for you." Luo Tian was now the #1 person of the ancient era. Countless people wanted to curry favor with him. Naturally, many people were willing to help with something as trivial as refining the antidote for the soul poison. Luo Tian said, "I have to do it personally. Don't worry, the heavenly Tao Divine Lord really wants to kill me." Back at Cloud Mist College, he made a move. Although I don't know why he didn't do it in the end. There must be something behind it. He also wanted to know. However, in the ancient continent, Shifeng would never know about this. Only after entering God's domain would he know everything. Shortly after, the patriarch of the 4 Divine Beasts clan walked over, then reminded, "Young master, it's about time." Luo Tian nodded. "Yes." After that, Luo Tian took a step forward and looked at the towering mountain peak in the clouds. The mountain peak seemed to be mocking Luo Tian's insignificance because it was simply too big. Moreover, every step forward felt as if there were millions of pounds of resistance against him. "You haven't even started crawling, and you're already stopping me." Luo Tian smiled inwardly. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was the first time the Crown Prince had almost reached the peak, and he was undergoing his tribulation at the peak of Heaven's Choice Mountain. How high could Luo Tian climb? He was stronger than the Crown Prince. He would definitely climb to the peak. This was absolutely true. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Even Fatty Lu was thinking the same thing. Either you don't do it, or you do it to the best of your ability and surpass everything. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With every step Luo Tian took, his mind rumbled, as if he was stepping on a bomb. The resistance against him grew stronger and stronger, but this power had no effect on Luo Tian at all. Too weak. He was currently a first-rank deity. Even heavenly energy was useless against him, let alone this profound sky energy. It's beginning. It's beginning. Luo Tian has already reached the foot of the mountain. He's about to start climbing. I'm really looking forward to it. He will definitely be able to create history, create a miracle, and climb to the peak in the shortest amount of time. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone began to discuss excitedly. However, before these people could finish their discussion, a voice suddenly rang out. Luo Tian took a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He stood there and sensed for a moment. This is the so-called Heaven's chosen power. Buzz. Luo Tian stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers moved, and a ball of energy rose up from his palm. This was the Heaven's chosen power seed he had obtained after taking the first step. This power couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. However, there was a strange power within this power. just as everyone was waiting for Luo Tian to take his second step. Luo Tian made a shocking move. He retreated. He retreated to his original position. Rumble, the thick aura of the Heaven's Choice Mountain, suddenly retracted. This phenomenon meant that Luo Tian was done. What's going on? What's wrong with him? Why did he only take one step? What's going on? He retreated with one step. This. How is this possible? Even the worst martial artist wouldn't retreat after taking a step. You have to know that the higher you climb, the more power you will obtain. What kind of power can this step have? Everyone was puzzled. However, no one doubted Luo Tian's strength. Why was this? Luo Tian did not give any explanation. After he returned to his original position, he immediately sat down cross-legged. With a pill furnace in one hand and a spirit grass in the other, the Heaven's chosen power crazily gushed out. Although it wasn't strong, it was enough to refine the antidote for the soul poison. In less than a minute, the soul poison antidote was completed. Divine rankers didn't need to spend too much energy on this kind of low-level pill. Shwa! I've refined the antidote for the soul poison. Wait for me. I'll come find you right away. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Looking at the pill that had just taken shape, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. For this pill, he had finally succeeded. There wasn't too much joy, only a kind of mental relief. Following that, Luo Tian's figure moved and landed beside Yi Yunming. With a gentle smile, he said, "Are you ready?" At this moment, Yi Yunming's face was covered with the black dragon scorpion king's poison, and there were black spots all over it. However, she did not cover it up. Instead, she was very happy and nodded, and "It's starting." Luo Tian moved, and the Heaven's chosen power was released once again. A few seconds later, the black spots on Yi Yunming's face receded, returning to her fair and smooth skin. She was once again that kind of ice queen. Yi Yunming gently touched her cheeks with both hands and smiled happily. The surrounding crowd was still puzzled. Why did Luo Tian only take one step and then retreat? Why was this? At this moment, Fatty Lu grinned and laughed out loud. Luo Tian moved in the air and instantly appeared above the 9 heavens, looking down at the so-called Heaven's Choice Mountain. A loud sound came from the sky. "Luo Tian, what are you trying to do?" "I have something to do outside in the morning. Update in the afternoon." Chapter 1527. The Crown Prince's huge face appeared again. Moreover, the Crown Prince's expression was somewhat nervous. He roared out, "Luo Tian, what do you want to do?" Luo Tian was not shocked by the Crown Prince's appearance. On the contrary, he was surprisingly calm, as if everything was within his expectations. The corner of his mouth drew back and he smiled faintly. "You know very well what I want to do." While talking, Luo Tian's mind moved, and a dark force surged out from his sea of consciousness, directly killing the seed of Heaven's chosen power in his mind. Not a trace of power was left in his body. This kind of power seed was a ticking time bomb. At first, Luo Tian was only suspicious. Now he was sure that his guess was absolutely correct. Luo Tian's actions, naturally, could not escape the Crown Prince's senses. His eyes were cold as he said, "Luo Tian, don't think that just because the fantasy ruler is protecting you, I won't dare to touch you. If you provoke me, I'll make sure you never reincarnate." Fantasy ruler? Ruler? This time, Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He had thought that the fantasy fairy was a person from the god's domain, but he never thought that the fantasy fairy was actually a ruler-level super overlord. Since that was the case, Luo Tian laughed coldly. He said unscrupulously, "The so-called Heaven's Chosen Mountain, the so-called Heavenly Tao power, is just something that you and your father used to bewitch people, making every martial artist go crazy for the Heaven's Chosen power. Every person who climbs the heaven's chosen mountain will obtain the heaven's chosen power seed. These seeds are like ticking time bombs. Once someone ascends and breaks through to the God's domain, these people must listen to your orders. Those who don't listen will probably be killed in an instant, right? There's one more thing. Of course, this is just my guess. Every martial artist who obtains the heaven's chosen power will cultivate crazily. Compared to the lower planes, the heaven's chosen power is indeed very strong. This is also what makes these martial artists crazy. But the harder they cultivate, the more power you will obtain for your own cultivation. To put it simply, you don't need to cultivate at all, because in the ancient world, there are countless people helping you cultivate. From the beginning of the ancient world's birth, your father planted the heaven's chosen mountain here. Over the years, how many experts have been controlled by you? Weren't your cultivations all helped by these people? The latter half was Luo Tian's guess, but the Crown Prince's expression proved his guess. The Crown Prince's eyebrows shook. He laughed sinisterly and said, "I have to say, Luo Tian, you are very smart." As soon as his voice fell, all the warriors in the ancient continent were stunned. Many martial artists even felt despair, anger, and hatred. Unexpectedly, the Heaven's Chosen Mountain was actually a huge scheme set up by the Heavenly Law Divine Lord. It was to let these rookies, white mice, cultivate crazily. If not for Luo Tian, they wouldn't even know that they were completely idiots. And those who had climbed the Heaven's Chosen Mountain began to worry. If what Luo Tian said was the same as what he said, the Heaven's chosen power in their bodies could take their lives at any time in an instant. Many experts' faces turned pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Following that, the Crown Prince said, "However, smart people don't live long. You know too much, so it's hard for you to not die." Actually, Luo Tian was only speaking on the surface. The true power of the Heaven's Chosen Mountain was to absorb the source energy of those martial artists. Luo Tian had never entered the divine realm, so he didn't know the use of the source energy. He didn't know how powerful the source energy was. Even a dominator-level overlord needed the source energy. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord had planted the Heaven's Chosen Mountain in countless planes in order to let the Heaven's chosen power absorb the source energy in their bodies. Once any martial artist of the origin continent was planted with the Heaven's chosen power, they would not be able to escape the fate of being absorbed. Once these martial artists of the origin continent ascended to the divine realm, they would immediately become trash. In the divine realm, source energy was too important. The Crown Prince was not a fool. He naturally wouldn't say this, but Luo Tian's words would directly affect his father's reputation and his father's plan, so he couldn't let Luo Tian live. However, he couldn't do it. He understood the power of the fantasy dominator. If he really made a move against Luo Tian, perhaps even his own father wouldn't be able to save him. However, he had plenty of ways. The Crown Prince moved, and a strand of Heavenly Law's divine power spread out in the sky. Following that, he issued an order. If there is no Luo Tian, you are still you. The Heaven's chosen power is still very strong and can still allow you to break through quickly. Just as he said, I can easily kill you. If you don't want to die, then kill Luo Tian for me. Wang, the Crown Prince's words exploded in the minds of every Heaven's chosen martial artist. When Huang Fuju heard this, he secretly cried out in his heart, "Not good!" He immediately said, loudly, "Luo Tian, the Crown Prince wants all the experts of the ancient continent who have been planted with the Heaven's chosen power to deal with you. Otherwise, the Heaven's chosen power in your body will explode. Insidious! Incomparably insidious. This way, he wouldn't be breaking his father's promise to the fantasy dominator." The Crown Prince laughed coldly and said, "That's right. Luo Tian, you are a rank 1 god. You are very strong, but there are tens of millions of Heaven's chosen martial artists in the ancient continent. How many can you kill? How long can you last? Ha ha. Also, among these heaven's chosen martial artists, there are your friends, your brothers, right? It must be very satisfying to make a move on your own brothers. Ha ha ha. The crown prince laughed crazily. However, his laughter suddenly stopped, and his expression became incomparably stiff. Luo Tian, are you crazy? What do you want to do? Stop it, stop it. The crown prince was terrified, afraid, and his expression was even more terrified than when he saw a ghost. His face was pale. At this moment, Luo Tian transformed into a dragon god. The dragon god's body directly occupied the heaven's choice mountain. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Without this heaven's choice mountain, how are you going to control the heaven's chosen martial artist of the ancient continent? And you? Your ugly face can't appear in the ancient continent, right? Ha ha ha. Explode for me. Crack. The dragon god's body suddenly tightened. The powerful force continued to shrink. The power of darkness spread out in the sky. And then, bam! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The incomparably huge heaven's choice mountain broke apart. Countless pieces of rubble fell down. Within the range of the power of darkness, they turned into dust. In the sky, the crown prince's ugly face slowly distorted, like a person struggling on his deathbed, and furiously roared, Luo Tian, I won't let you off! Bam! The heaven's choice mountain was destroyed. At this moment, with a move of his huge tail, the dragon god rushed into the void and thought to himself, Profound sky continent, brother is back! Schwetter, I'm here. There was still one more chapter today. It might be a bit late if it was delivered at night. Brothers, if you have a ticket, help this old cow. Thank you very much. Chapter 1528. The dragon god entered the void. He didn't look back. He didn't want to see the tears in her eyes, worried that he wouldn't leave resolutely enough. Then again, Luo Tian was only going to save Shui, and bring them to the ancient continent. It wouldn't take more than a day. A short parting. Roar! The dragon god churned in the void like an overlord of the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian used his familiarity with the profound sky continent to break into the void, and then he stuck his head out. Profound sky continent, I'm here, the moment he spoke. Luo Tian returned to his original appearance, just as his face was filled with excitement, and he was looking forward to the moment he saw Shui. He was instantly stunned. Looking at everything in front of him, his body couldn't help but tremble. Barren, a barren land. There was no life at all. This place was like an abandoned continent. The trees were withered, sand and rocks were flying, and there was no human aura within millions of kilometers. Not even the aura of demon beasts. What's going on? Could it be that I've walked out of this place? This should be the profound sky continent. Luo Tian stood in the void and couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at everything in front of him, he couldn't believe that this was the profound sky continent that he had transmigrated to. It was a completely different world from that time. Luo Tian was sure that this was the profound sky continent, because this was the place where he had transmigrated the Luo family. Why was he so sure? Because in a desolate place there was a huge statue. This statue was none other than himself, and there was a line of words below the statue describing his life story and also describing the place where he was born. However, the head of this majestic statue cracked, and its body broke into two halves. The majestic aura of the past was gone, and it became somewhat desolate. Luo family, is it gone? Luo Tian's heart stirred slightly. He landed, looking at everything around him. It was all so unfamiliar. How could this be? Why? Luo Tian kept asking himself, but he couldn't find the reason. I only left for a few years. How did the profound sky continent become like this? What exactly happened? The origin continent shouldn't have become like this no matter what. Boom! Luo Tian took a step forward and flew into the sky. In less than half a second, they arrived at the Heaven Sword City. At this time, the Heaven Sword City was also in ruins. Just like the Luo family, there was also a statue of Luo Tian, which was also broken, dilapidated, and shattered into countless pieces. The majesty of the Tang family's sky sword dynasty had completely disappeared. The pedestrians in the city were like ghosts, walking listlessly. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Knowing that something big had happened here, he immediately found an old man and asked, "Old man, isn't this Heaven Sword City? Wasn't it the Imperial City? How did it become like this?" The old man looked at Luo Tian listlessly and asked in surprise, "What Heaven Sword City are you talking about? What Imperial City? This is just a desolate town. What heavenly sword? What Imperial City? This place has been like this for thousands of years." Finished. The old man even looked down on Luo Tian fiercely. Young people nowadays really like to make fun of old people. You have no respect for your elders. Luo Tian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was dumbstruck as he thought to himself, "It was like this thousands of years ago. No, it's impossible. How is this possible? I only left for a few years. How did it become a few thousand years? What's wrong?" The old man left. Luo Tian did not ask any further, because he couldn't get anything out of him. While they were talking, his entire body moved again and instantly landed at the Huashan Immortal School. This place, white bones were like mountains. Crows filled the sky. The trees were as silent as death. There were no beasts or birds in the forest. It was as if this space was dead. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists tightly, and a burst of divine might directly shot out, causing the surrounding space to immediately distort, and he roared in his heart, "What exactly happened? What exactly happened?" Luo Tian roared towards the sky. The clouds above the 9 heavens were scattered, but no one could answer him. Next, he came to the heavenly palace divine race, which was in ruins. Baiming City was in ruins. Yin Mountain Corpse City was in ruins. The Gnome tribe was in ruins. Even Duantian City was in ruins. These were all places that Luo Tian had been to before, and they were all in ruins. Luo Tian's expression was gloomy. He asked a lot of people, and they all stared at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. From their gazes, Luo Tian knew that they couldn't answer his questions at all. He was also certain that this place had become like this thousands of years ago or even longer. Shua, or where are you? Pure, where are you? Xin, or Poison Widow, where are you all? Luo Tian's heart ached like it was dying. And Erden Blind Lu, Xianyuan Yi Xiaobai, brothers, where are you all? I'm here to find you, he said weakly. Luo Tian had never felt so powerless before. He was now a rank 1 deity. In the lower planes, he had the power to destroy everything and could change anything. But right now, he couldn't do anything. He didn't know anything. His heart was filled with anger, and at the same time, he was worried about them. How were they doing? Were they still in this world? He didn't know. This was what made Luo Tian go crazy. Whoosh! Luo Tian's figure moved and returned to the Heaven Sword City. Standing on half of his statue, he watched as the sun slowly set. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and longing. His idea enveloped the entire profound sky continent, but there was no familiar aura, much less Xue, and the others. Moreover, there wasn't even a decent warrior in the profound sky continent, let alone a boss-level ranker. The most important point was, here, the origin core in the depths of the Earth's core was gone. In other words, this was no longer the origin continent. It had been completely reduced to an abandoned plain. The population was slowly decreasing, and it was slowly heading towards destruction. Something must have happened here. Luo Tian wanted to know, but no one could give him an answer. Suddenly, The singing of a group of children could be heard from the alley. What makes our hearts surge? What makes our footsteps quicken? What was it that painted the colors of life? Ah, we use no words of defeat. No one could hide the burning passion. Ah, his voice was a little childish, and did not have the valiant, arrogant, domineering aura that would never admit defeat. However, Luo Tian heard it very clearly. This was the never say defeat that he had given to blind Lu in the Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian landed and asked, "Little friend, who taught you this song?" The little boy in the lead pointed to the depths of the alley and said, "There's a blind man playing the arrow inside. First of all, the old cow was at fault. He came back too late last night and did not write the 3rd chapter. However, the old cow updated 6 chapters today. Activity 5 chapters make up for yesterday's chapter. And then, on account of the 6 chapters, can you give the old cow a recommendation vote? Aha! Let the old cow be more passionate.